Everybody, what's going on? TCH Live Thursday. Got a special pre-recorded stream here. Yes. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy, and joining me tonight is Ming, who actually played on this stream. So this is going to be a really exciting, we'll get to sort of see your thoughts throughout the hands in some of the spots that you've played. So
yes, definitely will be interesting. It was a nice game too.
Cool. All right. So 5, 10, 25, I'd say.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we'll be getting into here in just a moment, but we're starting things off right in the middle of PLO Bomb Pot. So let's jump into the action here as we take a look around the table. We've got Caitlin, we got Eric, we've got JWin, of course, that we can see here so far. Josh, Dr. J, Zack, Min Click, that's you.
Yeah.
I love that name.
Using the Min Click, but changing it to Min Click 2.0 sometimes.
Okay. All right. All right.
Dr. J, Zack.
Yeah, you played with these players a lot.
Yeah,
for sure.
We play a lot, really a lot.
All right, so 5 players here making it to the river. 700 in the middle, as haven't even quite had a chance to see who all has what. But Caitlin here looks to have a lock on the top board, as she's got trip 7s, or no, she does straight to the jack, and on bottom, Eric here has the best hand with what, just 10? Is that somehow the best?
Anybody in the TCH?
So yeah, so we're gonna turn over the cards here, and it says Caitlin and Eric are gonna chop.
Yeah, Caitlin has a straight on the top, but on the bottom they all just have a pair 10.
Yeah, but it's showing. So Caitlin should be getting 3/4 here, actually.
Yeah, I mean I have a aces on the bottom.
Oh,
so
oh, my bad. That's why it's showing 50. I'm completely didn't even look at your hand.
Yeah, I'm getting the bottom, and they chop the. No, Caitlin got the top. Eric got.
I mean, just that extra layer of security.
Okay. Yeah, that was. No, they both have 10-8. So it shows that. Yeah, they got.
They chopped the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's too many cards to look at here, and my brain is not fully functioning today. So
Bomb pot usually takes more time. Even the dealer sometimes they don't make it right away. They can't make it right immediately. Sometimes the players helps them too.
Yeah, oh for sure. Especially in those spots where somebody gets quartered, or like several players are all in and their side pots. And trying to figure it all out.
You see a bunch of cards on the table. You're trying to focus, but oh yeah, we also got high on my side too.
Okay, very good.
C7 high.
Yeah, all right.
Very good regular. Very nice person.
Indeed. And looks like we got some very deep stacks here as well. Most players at the 5K mark.
Yeah.
Today?
Thereabouts.
At least 3K, 5K deep.
Yeah, of course I play. It's on 23K.
Okay, so we've got some limping up front. Then Ming here going to raise this up to 75. Dr. J will make the call. That's little Eric and high now. So 4 players to a flop, a lot of red cards.
I was watching it from home. I have 3 TVs.
So I imagine playing with these players a lot, you've sort of picked up a lot on tendencies of different players and who's going to do more limping and who's going to do more like big bet squeezing and stuff.
Yes, exactly. Especially on the screen squeezing, they are going to do it. So it's like easier to trap them when you have the nuts or somehow.
Okay. Yeah,
but you got to know it's on the same, from their side, they also know you very well. They know you trap them sometimes. So it's really battling each other. Keep battling each other.
Eric here flopping trip queen. We get to a turn and then his bet takes it down.
Yeah. No value for him there.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you have just too much of it and nobody else can have anything. Yeah. Right. So you are sort of joining me here in the booth as a little bit of a send-off, as you will be headed to China here in a couple of weeks. Is that right?
Yes. That's also why we made a live stream. We were kind of organizing some game. Before I go, just all the friends we see each other again, kind of play some poker, hang out, and we pick TCH.
Hey guys, the next flop with 3 cards. The next flop with 3 cards. Yeah, I want to play.
Well, we are very happy to have hosted this game. And glad you come and hang out with us, and have you hang out with me here this evening doing the commentary. So.
Yeah, definitely fun. I like, especially, I never tried this before. I just can't imagine like how fun, when you watch your own hand. And especially all those, they are all regulars. We just keep playing each other every single day almost.
Yeah, it's always interesting, especially when you do have like a lot of history with someone, especially someone who, or a couple of players that are very aggressive and put you in tough spots, and you're like, oh man, did they have it or not in that spot? Well, sometimes
Yeah.
see that with all the cards face up here on the stream.
Yeah.
Zack getting frisky on the button, raising to 150 high, then re-raising with the suited 10-9, and Zack making the call with 5-4 off. That is a pretty ballsy move.
That half pot looks a little suspicious. Zack doesn't believe it. Yeah.
Plus, you don't call with 5-4 off in position to go folding pairs.
I feel like a regular should stand up.
Now it's trouble.
Find 2 pair on the turn. High here with 0 equity other than, well, I guess he's got a gut shot. Sorry, I'd take that back. Have the gutter. But he's going to slow it down with a check. Not going to continue repping a big hand with the 3-bet free. And Zack here with the turn 2 pair, he is going to put his foot down.
It's time for high to fold here.
Yeah, every once in a while you're going to have some sort of turn combo draw, but usually not going to play it as a check raise anyway. So yeah, just kind of a weird spot all around to do anything other than fold with a big portion of your range. So he's going to let that go.
Yeah, also they are not deep enough. If they both like 10k deep or somehow, like you still can bluff on that one. But if Zack bet 1k and you are only 3k left, there's no much space for you to bluff it.
No stand-up game, fuck it.
You want to take a look here in the chat, see who all is hanging out with us here this evening.
By the way,
As we've got Raina, what's going on? We got Poker Monkey, Philip, Frank, what's going on, you guys? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
Barry,
JT, they have WinWork ready.
Yeah.
So like
All a lot of regulars.
Oh, really?
You guys captain under pair.
Yeah. Well, and you where you started.
What?
Life's a full circle.
Christian as well.
Life's a full
Cool.
circle.
40 ounces to freedom. What's going on? Mr. Will Lottie joining us here as well.
I wasn't sure.
Yes, he won his first gamble. Nicely done, sir. All right.
Pierre did say he'll try to come out first.
All right, onwards and upwards. Let's see here. We're on the next Dr. J here. Going to raise it up to 10 jack.
Okay, deals, folding.
7 folds. 1 fold.
But you know
Yeah,
when people
in
say they'll
the
try,
blind
that
there,
just means
pretty
no.
tough spot.
That's an American way of saying no.
Play
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real.
And I also personally think Jay doesn't like to play the pocket deuce that much. Like you are playing almost like to hit a set.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I play with Jay a lot. Yes, I just don't. I don't believe like Jay plays pocket deuce that much at all. He barely plays it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think, Jay certainly, maybe a couple other players here are going to be playing that sort of condensed, pretty snug, like very GTO-ish looking range, of hands. Then you're going to have a lot of, sort of splashing around the edges, especially once you get folded 2 in the cutoff, folded 2 on the button, things like that. You're really going to open it up. But the pocket deuces are just really not going to do much for you in any position unless you're sort of closing the action in the big blind or
For me,
folded 2, like in the cutoff of the button.
You also can play a pocket deuce as a bluff in your bluff range, offers. You just need to, like if you put pocket deuce in your bluff range, for example, in your bluff range you have like some suited ace or suited kings. If you put pocket deuce too often in there, you have to put some out.
Yeah.
Like your bluff range should be always about that big. Shouldn't be like too small, too big.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Do you do a lot of studying? Are you?
I basically studied myself a lot. Every single session, I always back home and write down some notes, like which hand I played wrong, what I should play. And if I don't understand, I just ask people and do some research.
Yeah.
They all know I love to ask questions on the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, 3 players to this flop. High gonna flop the only pair. In click, though, you are up and down here with the backdoor clubs. Josh has whiffed this pretty hard, but he does have some backdoors.
Everyone has something. Mine is very beautiful now.
Oh, yeah. Give me your hand all day, every day.
Yeah.
Nut straight with the
Flush
straight
draw.
flush redraw.
Straight flush redraw.
Well, I mean, High's blocking
strong
the
like
straight
this,
flush,
something
which
like
is
that.
Yes.
If I check,
sort of annoying that we aren't going to see the straight
That
flush.
already happened multiple times.
You do have the nuts, so it's all good.
Yeah. And George can either bluff here, but there is no reason to for George to keep staying in on this pot, especially after that betting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just check it to you. You're going to put in a nice healthy bet here. Try to get some value from someone who might have 2 pair. Thereabouts. Ooh, High is going
High
to
is
pile
going
this
on.
in.
Yes. Hey, we know each other. We know like we are capable to do whatever with air or the bluff.
Oh, wow. Oh!
Oh my!
You won, you won.
Another jack here.
Another jab.
Sort of elicit a lot of loud noises. It doesn't actually
It had
change
the nuts.
You are going to see the flop being high straight.
It was funny. I saw the high had 2 pair on the turn, and when I see the jack on the river, I saw that I lost the pot.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Oh no, that had to have been like that moment of heartbreak.
Yeah.
Just like, oh
Funny that I
God,
told Ming,
Cooler
I was like,
City.
Ming, you won.
Yeah, you definitely like in your mind like jack right on the river. You have a straight flush draw,
You have a straight.
and you see 2 pair turn full house on the river. All you can think in your mind is Jesus Christ, you know.
The only bad thing is pair the board.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
I see the
coolers
jack right
happen
there,
in
and
this
I also
game.
see another jack.
Quite frequently, and it sucks to be on the wrong end of them. But thankfully for you, that was not the case
20-something
this time
1,000,
around.
we're
You
back
got
in
a
business.
big chunky
And my flat back to China.
pile of chips shipped your way.
Hey,
and
you send me back to
top
China,
of the
okay?
leaderboard here.
Double up.
Okay,
Yeah.
Nice.
I hope your son runs today.
All right, Chris Check here stepped in just to hit the like button and then go to sleep. All the best from Poland. Well, thank you so much, Chris Check, for popping in, hitting the like
Players
button,
checks online.
and sleep well.
Yeah.
my friend.
Good night.
Oh, I definitely had a
Who's joining
fucking
us
rough
as
session
well?
yesterday. Fucking.
That happened insane. I was on the chat. I was watching.
So we have a very usual group of folks that, that join us and get some good banter back and forth in the chat. So that's pretty much the usual crowd here so far.
You got queen.
See, we get some more folks trickling in
Other
throughout
player
the
get a
remainder
king.
of the evening.
We last. We last. Got
So let's see. So you tend to play games in this sort of stake level.
and Paris.
How long have you been playing the game?
1525. I've been playing like 6 months. I also like play some 25, 50, 50, 100, 100. Very rare like played once like 100, 200.
Okay. Yep.
But yeah, 1525 we already got used to it. So
389 board.
we know each other very well. All the sizing, you know, like just all the especially on the regulars on this table. You know, tonight we have a very nice lineup here.
Jab.
Yeah, good mix of action and a couple of players that are going to have,
No, he
that
took
GTO
a meeting.
approach. But yeah, great lineup here. High top pair, Josh bottom pair.
They
would you
both
make it
already all in. Yeah, so they're
between
doing
those two players?
to
Right here now going to slow
Those
down.
check, check.
What's the minute for then?
And I like this when you have the top pair with like effectively no kicker. Just going for 2 streets makes a lot of sense.
turn was a
And
jack.
if you go for 2
I was
streets
like-
up front, very unlikely that
other
your
thing,
opponent's
I
going
was
to have
like,
that's
yeah,
gonna
I was
wanna
like,
continue. So giving them a free river sets them
I
up
was
to
the whole
give
way
a
on the
little bit
chat.
more
I was quick,
confidence.
quick,
And
on
pay
the
that off on the end, but it does not
on
come
the, on the
to
jack,
fruition and High
give him
took that one.
more out.
Yeah.
Like 10 or queen would be good. I was like, quick,
Yeah, I
quick,
mean,
take.
on the other hand, especially you know when we talk about GTO a lot, I think on the table, JWin should be the expert for the
Well, like, the
GTO.
turn was a.
And he
turn was
used
a
the
jack.
software
This
and
gave
he
me, like,
does that on his
14%
video, you know,
equity.
help you like how to play.
Wow.
But I would say on this
Yeah,
table,
they were all
Eric
kind of
is like
playing
the
fine.
anti-GTO
I mean, Matt played very
pro.
good. Matt really played good. I mean,
You know,
Yes.
like that's horrible compo. Eric's like for me, like I try to avoid, you know, conflict between Eric because I know how good he can be.
Oh,
I
yeah.
still challenge myself sometimes, but like you know, Eric, he, like when we talk GTO, we always bet 1/3 on the flop, and like 3/4 on the turn, and full pot or over pot on the river. But when people keep playing that, then you know how to kind of counter them, how to
Or at
kind of
least know
set
what
them
to
up.
expect, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then use that to your advantage. Sure.
Yes. Like if everyone playing ace-5 suited or ace-5 as one of their bluff range, according to the GTO, you block the street and you have an ace blocker. Ace-5 can be a nice bluff hand pre-flop. But people will know, we already see a lot of people like bluff is ace-5. I have ace-queen suited as I comfortably call if I'm confident,
But he had pocket jack, he done it for me.
Yeah, so when you play live, I would say when you play cash, when you play live cash, you want balance. You don't want always use your GTO.
That's a very strong hold.
Well, GTO, I mean, I guess, is meant to be balanced, right?
Yes, that's the point. I mean,
So-
it's a very good tool.
Still hard to
Yeah. Yeah, but then that's always, it's like a starting point, right?
Yes.
And you can then get creative around that, which, as you say, Eric is very good at being creative and playing outside of sort of the, coloring outside of the lines, but doing it in a very effective and very confrontational way. It is very difficult to play against Eric because
Yeah.
sometimes you'll have a middling strength hand where you're like, I kind of think you're up to no good here, but you just put in like 1,500 into this pot, and I really don't feel like I want to call that.
Yeah.
All right, heads up to a flop here after a raise to 100, a 3-bet to 350, and Josh making the call with Queen Jack off. Zach, you're going to flop top. Both players backdoor heart draws, and Josh on the gutty. He is just going to go for the check call 300, try to big bet 10 here on the turn. Doesn't find it.
Now Josh kind of shutting down for Josh.
9 check. I grew up in America and my parents sent me to
I mean, Zack has a nice hand, especially with the heart, king of heart. He's blocking the flush draw too. Very comfortable and very confident with top.
As you sort of said before, going for something like 3/4 here
You guys
on
want
the
to do
turn,
like
which
the
is
big
what
winner
Zach
people do,
goes
right?
for, but Josh, of course,
Sounds
does
good.
not continue any longer. And yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see how people implement different strategies, and also as people become more and more accustomed to studying and looking at GTO solves and things like that, like it's even becoming, you were mentioning like the 1/3.
Yeah, so I
Nowadays
kind
people
of
are
balance.
going like 1/5, right?
Yeah.
Just like betting like these tiny
Let's
amounts.
do the biggest
You
winner
especially
people
see it
dinner.
in tournament
Okay.
poker where
The
the
drink and whatever.
stack depth is much shallower. So you're going to be doing a lot more small betting just because the stack to pot ratio is much closer to
He's
1
like, I like you to
ever,
play poker, like,
especially in
I
these
don't really
big stack
care.
techniques. But yeah, the really small bets are always kind of
Call
fun
me
to see.
zero.
Yeah, it's where I mean, I think like in the tournament, like GTO works very well. Especially you don't know your component. They can be anywhere, any person.
Hey, honey.
You don't know if they're test fish or some loose caller, calling station or whatever. GTO can help you like very helpful in
Yeah,
tournament.
navigate those difficult spots just 'cause it's like, well, I should
Yes.
be playing this way against everyone, and things will generally work out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, and also for example, if play the tournament like maybe 4 hours later, you already know your component. You can change your strategy of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I have pocket nines here and suited connector for George.
Yeah, always weird when you have a pocket pair but an ace flop and you're sort of out of position. It's like you feel like you shouldn't check the flop and give your opponent the opportunity to just sort of start betting and take it away from you. So High does
Every
see
weekend
that
when I
for
drive,
half
or let's say I go
pot.
to TCH like even today,
Now,
Josh makes
when you
it.
drive past the field, you see all these
this one is a story about ace. I'm telling you, I have an
drinking
ace.
beers, and you see a whole bunch of like little kids going
Small bet
crazy,
though,
running
so
around.
half pot on the flop and now going down to 1/3. This is a little
But
bit
on my new
curious.
checklist,
Now, I mean, if you have like ace queen of spades or something, like maybe you down bet here because you just have it all, but
part of the
I'm a little bit curious
sexual
That's
what other hands are going to do that. High now going to get put to the test as Josh goes all
Wow.
in. And he's going to get that through
But I check my own neighborhood.
with the pair of sevens, and he shows it. And yeah, what can High do there? He's got effective third pair, and
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like you could have ever did.
I won't say High did wrong on the turn, but you know that's also one of the situations you are trying to avoid. You don't want to give your opponent the chance to bluff it. That's why we bet more like 3/4 on the turn, or like you kind of bet big on the river. You bet like 1/4 or somehow like you're giving your opponent the chance to bluff it, and you will put yourself in a very awkward situation.
Yeah, that one also perhaps a little bit awkward just because of stack sizes as well. I mean, we can see that High has more chips now. I'm not sure if he did for that hand.
He add up 5K.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think the stack sizes were a little bit awkward there. But at the end of the day, it kind of also comes down to you're out of position, you have a middling strength hand, and it's like sometimes you're just going to lose with those hands because you just kind of have to, given the board texture. And the best way to kind of like lose the minimum is to like just play passively and sort of, if your opponent wants to start betting, like you're going to have to just let them take it at some point. But continuing to tell the story like I have something that's willing to build the pot and go towards value, but then you still have to fold to the jam, like that feels even more. Right? So all of these things are just kind of interesting nuances of the dynamics, how the players are arranged at the table and everything.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes like some equity, even you think you're ahead or somehow, but you have to give up some equity.
All right, a bunch of chips going in the middle here as we've got a confrontation between button and small blind. Zack going for the large squeeze out of the small blind suited king jack. And Dr. J not going to let him have this for free. What a flop.
That's a problem. Like Pocket 5 might think he's good here.
Really high though.
Yeah, Pocket 5 is confident.
No one plays
You
a
play,
lot.
you play on leverage.
Yeah, I mean, certainly
Yeah,
you
you
can
play
be up
some
against
poker. That's
some
a-
overpairs
so
and things
what's
of that
the-
nature
what
from time to time, but
Yeah.
you're just not going to give your opponent a ton
Look,
of
Eric,
jacks.
nobody puts in more hours than you.
I mean,
so it's, like,
certainly
very unfair.
Zach going to be capable
Well, I
of
would
three-betting
think based on
plenty
the
of
working
jacks,
hour
king
or
jack,
somehow like one day at least.
one
I can't
in
even
this
like
instance,
one
but yeah,
every day I play
Five's
4 hours
not
poker.
going to hate
I'm
this
not
flop
using
at
it.
all, and certainly going to go for
So
a
I
call
don't play a lot,
on
but
at least
You probably
this
play
three.
like 20 hours a week.
That's a very good sizing too.
yeah, I do.
Now Pocket 5 feeling very good now.
So
I mean, so yeah, the texture here certainly favoring,
maybe Monday, yeah,
continuing with the fives.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when your opponent continues to put chips in, actually, okay, Zach doesn't continue to put chips in. He's like, I just have this locked up, so let's get to a river and see what happens.
I was thinking like,
Or if you start betting now when I check
do
you,
this
even better.
if I play poker all
Of course,
the time,
Dr. J
all
just
the
hoping to get to showdown
But like for me, 3
without
sets
any more chips going in, but that will not be the case. Zach here going to be lining up a bet. Let's
Yeah,
see.
I can't.
I mean, stack pot ratio is effectively 1.
That's a
Yeah, he's just going to
little
ship it.
too much. But I love the sizing that Zack did on the flop. That half pot is literally telling you like you believe or not I'm ahead of you or I have a jack. Then that turn really helped Zack a lot.
Yeah, I mean, aces certainly can play it this way. Kings, could certainly feel inclined to play this way. Even queens, as there's just not very many cards that you're afraid of, and you're probably just like crushing on that turn, right? So it's like, just check it over to him and we'll do our betting on the river.
Yeah, that was definitely you should check on the turn. I'll see. Also, it's nice like Zack was squeezing pre-flop out of position, so it's very unlikely he has a kings or queens or even like pocket tens or somehow. The only hope for Dr. G here is Zack has ace queen or maybe ace king.
Or the ace-5 suited or something. Right?
Yeah.
So ace-5 of clubs or spades, that's then just like,
Yeah.
I guess it can't be clubs, but, ace-5 of spades is out there.
Yeah, just like you have ace high. That's the best like Dr. G is thinking.
Yeah. Well, you know what happens because you were there on the table. I think he's going to settle on the fold just because it's like, you're kind of low down in your range. Like, you're going to have sixes, you're going to have sevens, like you're going to have nines. You're going to have these better hands.
No jazz, but you
And-
only have pocket.
I mean, I'm not saying that like the solver would tell you that you should fold fives there because the solver probably says you got to call. But if you're
Goddamn, 5 of a kind.
Yeah.
But it kind of feels like if you call with all of your small pairs that you might just be torching a little bit. But Zack also capable of bluffing, maybe more than your average Joe. So
Yeah.
sometimes you just got to stick it in there. And
That's important, especially when you play someone while you know them. Like you got to know what they are capable to do. You know, if this person is capable to 5-bet with air, if this person is capable to do like 20k bluff, you know what they are capable to do. If you let your components know you are capable to do anything, you are a very strong component to anyone.
yeah.
Sometimes even you have to build your image. Otherwise, if you battle somehow, people just fold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Players check
Or they'll
online.
call you every time. Like if you become
Yeah.
that guy who's just like super action and bluffing all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get your value paid off, but all of your bluffs will also be put to the test.
Queen suited for Zack is a beautiful hand on the button.
And we had a double and a triple straddle up to 100, so
Yeah.
the open is to 300 here on the button from Zack. Dr. J here going to add on. So stack up.
Cross hater and
Fold around.
cross hater and going away
Oh,
hater.
heads off.
Yeah, it looks like you have made the call out of the big straddle here.
I was
Queen deuce
I
off?
was supposed to raise.
Uh,
Give you that.
I forgot this hand. Let's see.
And I'm telling you what I had.
I think this may be the hand that
Oh, I think
I
yeah.
still try to beat you.
yeah,
in the-
Carly was
in the
mentioning
range.
that this hand is a misread. I believe this is the one because I believe that
I know
Zack
sometimes I
actually has
talk too
queen
much,
8.
But this time I'm
which will
trying to,
become
even I
more
talk too
apparent to
much,
us
I
here
still
in a
try to
moment.
win the pot, try to mislead my controller.
As you guys decide to turn one card
Yes.
over and play this hand out with one card exposed. is that
Yes,
right?
we randomly pick one card for each other and we turn it over and we keep playing.
Is this a thing that you do specifically with Zack? Or is
No,
that
I do a lot with other person.
okay?
Yeah, I do multiple times, but I barely win. Yeah.
It's giving away
Yeah.
half of the information, which is sometimes
Yeah.
even more than that, given the
Sure, my
fact
poker is ready.
that the card can either be like a total blank or like, oh, I'm
Yeah.
not fair or something.
I mean, I don't do this try to take advantage or play some strategy, but it's more like just fun to me, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Random one.
I mean, any huge pot or whatever, you definitely don't want to do it.
Yeah.
You pick one. I
Yeah,
pick
single
one.
raise pot here. You are defending quite wide
don't know
with
what
queen
you're
deuce,
trying
and so why not? Let's go
Yeah.
ahead.
Hold
and
on,
turn
hold
one.
on this side.
Go one card.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Both on this side?
Go
This
to
one?
Makes more sense. Yeah.
as we are still deciding what to
Alright.
turn over. You turn
Three.
over the second pair here.
This is actually pretty good. This is pretty good.
Yeah, this is that's
King, queen, jack,
definitely should.
2 clubs.
Definitely should bet.
Definitely should bet, yes.
I have one more. I go remind you. You know.
Oh,
Very
he
friendly
turns
reminder.
a 8.
Yeah, 8 of spades up there.
He also has a queen, calls.
Yeah, so now he knows that he has the same pair as you, and his kicker is really not very good. So oh, okay, turning 2 pair. Wait, I thought he had the 8 of spades. I guess it must be the 8 of
This is
clubs.
so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it should be another 8. But
Let's go, Ming.
now from that perspective, like I have a pair queen and Zack have pair 8 now. That's something we know at that moment.
Sure. And so you are going to continue betting here. Looks like you're 3/4.
Oh, hold on. I need to do my math. Oh, yeah. 675.
Back to 2/3.
You want bets maybe half pot on this one. I bet full pot?
Yeah, you have pair and flush draw. You have to
2/3,
call
okay,
this side. You can fold on the river, but you're not folding there. You raise here, you will know at the
Yeah,
snap
8 of
call.
clubs there for Zack.
Yeah.
Turning 2 pair. And yeah, I mean, the obvious concerns for him is that you're continuing to bet.
Yeah.
And, you know, just having a queen isn't a particularly inspiring pair, so he's sort of giving you maybe a little bit of credit for something to go along with it. But at the same time, having 2 pair is really,
Now,
really
Zack,
strong.
I already know you.
Yeah,
don't have
but on this hand, I was talking to Zack a lot.
Okay.
One reason I can play this hand because I talk him through. Oh, I kind of see the results. Shit.
Okay, so he does make the call. Here we go, diamond
like
6
5 of
on
clubs.
the end.
You are very correct, but it's 6 of
And at this
diamonds,
point,
so
are you... I mean, you know that he's not going to call with just a pair of 8s if you could value, just targeting what you can see. If he's going to call you, it has to be with a hand that is actually better than a pair of 8s. So betting here is either like a bluff. I mean, I guess betting here is just actually a bluff.
Yes.
Because otherwise you would check it over to him and give him an opportunity to turn his, obviously inferior hand into a bluff that you can try to call. So betting here, 1.2K into 2.4, so 1/2 pot on the end.
I was surprised, like Zack didn't raise me on the turn, honestly. He had 2 pairs there. But Zack's were playing very carefully and very smart. He know I'm likely have a queen jack or king queen.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah, as you continue betting, and for such a value size, right?
Yes.
I mean, this is not some big, massive bet here where you're really trying to push him around.
Yeah, you don't want to overplay your 2 pair, especially when in components, it's likely have a better 2 pairs there. If he raise, basing on that side, we probably will go all in on the turn. He know if he raise on turn, he's also giving me the opportunity to push him all in on the turn.
Yeah, which would be a pretty tough spot to be in. But a best case scenario is something like a queen 10 for you, where you're just like, So he is going to
Make him
fold here,
fold.
you can't be
and
the queen.
that is a big fold, as we
You may have 2 pair, but I haven't used it.
we can say with confidence that he had the
My God.
queen 8.
If you fold
Jack
6, 8, Zack.
Jack A2 clubs.
I figured he had 2 pairs, but I just didn't know he had
I
queen
might
8 2
be.
pair.
That shit.
6, 8?
I was like, how does Ming get to bet again here?
No, I mean.
So, wait, did
he
somebody say
definitely
6,
bet
8?
No matter
No,
what.
I saw he had 6 8 on the hand.
Queen,
Yeah.
with a queen.
Yeah, man. So big play there.
You never
And
raise,
for a
right?
very modest size, getting the job done for half pot. Pretty cool stuff there.
Yeah, definitely talk him through on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I kind of practicing recently. I don't like to be the tricky person, try to mislead people on the table, But I found table talking. I just found a lot of people when they do table talking, they actually did it very horrible. I don't want to mislead people. For example, you have aces, which is nuts on the board. You will never tell people I have aces, fold. No, you will tell people maybe I have kings, maybe I have 8, 9 suited. They just try to avoid what they really have or try to avoid their weakness when they do the table talking on purpose.
Unless you show one.
Yeah, and some people are able to do that to great effect. Or if they're not talking about their own hand, perhaps they're sort of badgering their opponent and really asking them a lot of questions, maybe even berating them a little bit. Or, the one that I find to be, maybe the most obnoxious is when someone sort of challenges the other person's masculinity or something about oh, what, you really gonna fold? You're just gonna roll over like a little bitch, or that kind of stuff. And it's
Yeah,
okay,
that's too much.
yeah, it's like let this guy
that's
make
a
his
being
decision, and oftentimes, it's like they're trying to push them around in a spot where it's
He said it was no.
sort of make their hair raise up on the back of their neck and be like, no, I'm gonna put my foot down and call you, and the dude's got the nuts, and he's trying to talk to you.
It's not A6
Yeah.
as well. So you
That's why, I would never encourage people to do the table talking on purpose or being a jerk on the table,
Yeah.
But it's fun to study and give a little try if you know each other. You guys are regulars, know each other very well.
Yeah, and if you're having fun with this, it's just like fun fantasy.
You call and lose for
We do have a hand, a pretty spicy one here, as we've got a bet of 275 from Dr. J with the middle pair backdoor flush draw. High makes the call with the nut flush draw, then Josh here.
Great.
For the raise with the top pair and the flush draw, the inferior one to high, but Dr. J gonna make the call, and his
Well,
money could
high
just
is
be
ripping it right away. High has to rip it.
And this is pretty bizarre, right? You're like, wait, you just
Yeah.
flat, and now you're back jamming? That's weird. Josh makes the call, and Dr. J can now get away from this.
Yeah, Josh loving it. I mean, flush draw with a pair, looking very good.
Yeah, once Dr. J gets out of here, the equities are going to
It's only
be.
been half an hour.
Anybody can know.
That's a lot of.
We'll be going
One
to hand
person-
13 next, guys.
1%. Oh wait. Okay.
Dr. J, though, not ready to let this go
Anybody
yet.
can know.
I mean, even if.
That's a snap fold.
Yeah, I agree. Like, even if your opponent's like turned over something, like let's say that Josh had some other combo
Yeah.
draw, like 6-9 of diamonds or something. Like, you don't want to go up against that.
Yeah, but he just feels very uncomfortable, you know, like you raise and you call and someone re-raise again. You turn deuce of spades.
Ooh, brick,
Another
brick.
deuce.
Yeah, brick. Josh gonna get the dub here, and that will move him up to 6.6K in the stack. So nice spot to hold there, that's for sure.
Sadie for high. Sadie for high.
Yeah, he'd already taken a beating early on, so this is another hit to the stack. We'll pull up the earnings and losses here in a moment. We'll see that I've getting whacked so far in this game, but
If I super sweat, I mean, you're down to 2 hours.
25, 10, 25, 50, and even 100.
That's how I roll. I get there.
Players all gonna be, you know, used to the swing.
That's a good flop for me. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah.
How was it for you getting into these games? You know,
All right, Josh.
as a relative newcomer to these stakes, like you know, taking those swings and getting in there and battling for these big pots. It's a little stressful, right?
I feel okay, honestly. Like
Nice.
when I just started, I didn't know bankroll. I didn't know a lot of word, you know, slow roll, bankroll, angle. I learned a lot of word about poker.
Sure.
But when I started back in 25, I still had a job. I was doing crypto mining, and I mean, money wasn't a big problem. You know, I was just kind of playing and have fun. But like, I would say like the core or the key to play the high stake or play higher stake. You know, you want, you know, when you play 1-2, you want, when you play like 1-3, 1-2, you want to move to 2-5. You want to move to 5, 10, 25, 50, 100. I would say the core is to keep starting. You have to keep starting, keep review your hand, and sometimes you don't like it. Sometimes you fool yourself. You know, that was cooler. You know, I played totally fine. That was cooler. But a lot of time, maybe half of the time, no, it's not. You had some problem. You shouldn't play that wrong. You played wrong. It wasn't cooler.
Yeah.
But I would say definitely not easy.
Yeah.
I've been all in twice already.
All right, you, Ming here up 4.77 thousand. Josh now, after that last hand, up a good chunk as well.
Yeah.
And right back on the horse here for Josh. Still
Ace
stacking his
king.
chips. Yeah, nice pretty hand. First
Hey.
stack.
It's nice when you win a big pot and see ace king in your hand.
On the board.
You're like, ooh, maybe
Yeah.
we'll win some more chippies. Caitlin here, I think, has not played a hand yet. She has seen a lot of Jack 4 and other such garbage.
Yeah, not getting a hand can play.
Wow, 5 players, though, going to make the call after Josh opens under the gun. And we'll go 5 players to this ace-high board. Nobody with diamonds, but you flopping up and down straight draw with some backdoor club opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
9 bet 175.
Natural checks over to Josh, who has the top. The backdoor nut flush draw. He'll bet 175 and
Pocket 3, time to go.
Fine, not going to continue with his bottom pair, but you, of course, going to be interested in seeing a turn card at least.
Yeah,
And that's a lovely turn.
Beautiful turn. That's a beautiful turn.
Man, if you could have picked a card out of the deck, I mean, you might have picked the 5,
Yeah.
but the 10 is pretty lovely.
Yeah, you want to check on that turn for 100% for sure. If you are very confident your opponent has an ace, and you are praising to the poker god, like please let him have 2 pair. Ace 7, ace 10, let him hit.
It's like they say no, you cannot play.
Josh here does bet 500 into the pot of 725.
Smooth call.
You guys see Mr. Doctor that and
I raise?
Looks like you're lining up a raise. I mean, this is a pretty
Okay.
good spot for it
Oh, yeah.
because there's going to be a lot of scary river cards potentially that could slow down the
Yeah.
action.
And we are
Take the betting lead now, right?
yeah, and we are both kind of deep. I need to build the pot right away.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So I like the raise. You take it up to 1,300, so relatively small check raise. He does make the call, and there's one of those scary cards I was talking about.
I heard you went.
9 of diamonds coming off, completing
I
the
did
front
not
door and putting one
Not well.
card to a straight or 4 line.
So what do you do about it?
Say that.
Yeah.
Did he reload?
You have the bottom end of the street, which is not the most inspiring hand any longer, but you can still go for a small value.
Eric was
I'm confident he has an ace right here.
Batman or?
Yeah, Batman.
Batman.
So 3K to the pot. As PR pulls around at 2 and 1.5.
He's the king of
Yeah,
speed.
so now the thing
Gave
is,
it a hell
you
of a
don't want to go
hard.
too big and represent,
Eric's a
you
heavy
know,
weight.
a hand that's just
No,
way too
it's
strong.
There,
for
there's
a piece
another
balls. You
like
gotta keep
there is
that
in
relative.
detail is
Yeah.
Batman has
Looks
several
like that's what you're going
kill,
for here, somewhere.
kill team paper.
Or 1/3
So he literally brings
Wait,
that
I'm sorry. What was the word?
is probably pretty good.
kill team
And
paper.
Josh has that king of diamonds, right? So he
Yeah,
don't have
Yes.
the
He has those cards.
Yes.
He didn't use
And
it, did he?
from my perspective, like you got to know, even there's a flush, I was confident that the street is good. I'm confident my component doesn't have a diamond. If George, like from my side, if George has a king of diamond or have a diamond in his hand, okay, praise Lord, he doesn't believe me I have flush, but he won't know I have a street. Yeah, a little over half
No,
point.
I'll take all your team.
I'll take all of them.
Yeah, you have this. Give him a kill card and then I'll have all your team.
Drinking some beer.
No,
find
Mr.
some
Batman.
inspiration in the bottle here.
Queen to a bluff.
Clearly uncomfortable, and this is like a very uncomfortable spot. When you know that your opponent doesn't have the
The
nuts,
Caitlyn is getting
but
called by
the bet
words.
still has very value, you're like, all right, well, we don't have to worry about that combo, but let's think about all the other ones. And no, Josh is going to get away from it, so good fold by Josh.
But that's what I'm saying, because I had that card,
Good
that's what I
strong
wanted to
value bet by you. I like that as well. A lot of players will sort of miss out on opportunities to get extra chips by checking in a spot like this. It can suck, right? Like if Josh, instead of like sort of hemming and hawing over a call, is like, wait a minute, like you can't have the nuts, I can have the nuts, and jams on you, that's gonna make you feel pretty gross, right?
Yeah.
Now, you may not just like snap fold or whatever, but it's going to be really hard to call with a 16. So there's a couple of different ways that hand could have gone.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to put yourself in that kind of situation.
You watch.
But like on that river, like in my mind, it's possible on that board. It's possible George has a 2 pair, and it is 2 pair. So if he has 2 pair, he calls that side. If he only has an ace, I will give the choice to him. You know, if he only has a top, I give the choice to him. But if that has 2 pairs there, I'm taking the value.
Yeah, it would be very hard for him to fold. It'd be pretty far up in his range
Yeah.
to let that go. Although, he then might not have the diamond blocker if he's got 2 pair. So that could be an issue to get paid off there as well. Because having the diamond is like a really good thing in terms of blocking
The flush
the
there.
river flushes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, plenty of different hands there that can be going for value as well. Okay, it looks like 3 players are going to find themselves going to flop this.
It's 10 suited. King 4 offsuit.
They get spicy out of the
Jack,
straddle.
Jack 7 suited. Something. Josh likes it.
Yeah, Josh likes it a lot. JWin, on the other hand, is like, yeah, I opened this pot and everyone's checked me, but this is not the kind of board that I can continue on.
Yeah.
As I have pretty much 0 chance to improve.
Now Jay is thinking, should I bluff on this one? He gives up.
Yeah, Jay gonna play this, I think, pretty straightforward, right? Like, when you're just like so far removed from any interaction with this board, it's like, it doesn't matter that they're checking to me. Like, yeah, they might have pocket 3s and pocket 4s, and if I bet they're gonna fold, maybe once every, once in a while, but they probably just have something, and betting is Josh will bet the river with the ace high
And we'll get the job done.
and take it down.
flush draw, didn't get there.
So you play these cash games around town a fair bit. Do you play tournaments at all?
I played few tournaments. I mean, but it was really hard for me. Like you sitting there for 7 hours, 8 hours.
Oh gosh, yeah, 10
You
hours.
know, yeah, and it's the component is just very different. You know, it's tournament. You can have anyone on the table.
And then, like,
You know,
one of
maybe
the guys
maybe some like 40-year-old man somehow whatever they have nothing to do. Maybe some kids like off the college today or whatever. You don't know how do they play. You don't know do they play 1-2, 1-3, 2-5, or 100, 200. It's just tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually enjoy that aspect of tournaments quite a lot, is that you sort of sit down and you eye up your opponents and you kind of, with enough experience, you're kind of like, all right, I kind of think I know how these people might play, and then I have to accumulate some data, from observing them
Sometimes you become
and getting into a couple of pots with them.
punching bags don't punch bags.
Yeah, it's sort of a fun little game to play of like, all right, is this guy, does he play very tight and straightforward because he looks like the old man coffee type, or is this guy here to mess around?
Yeah, I would say like if you play a lot of cash, it's nice for you to play some tournament. It can help you to learn and understand this game better. So from that side, that's why I kind of play some tournaments.
Yeah, plus it's always nice to have the opportunity to buy into something for like $1,000 and win $250,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun little sweat.
Yeah, especially some weekend, like I have nothing to do, like
I'd find myself
I'm going to spend my whole day on
it's a
the
polarizing
tournament.
thing.
Yeah.
Like not everyone is.
All right, Dr. J here, flopping top pair and
Especially if
backdoor
you lose.
club
Like, is
flush
that what you
draw.
want?
Does
Turn
check call the bet
eight.
from high on the flop. Check.
Because it was the one bring the leader.
King of Hearts on
And also,
the
like,
Dr.
no
J
in
is supposed to
poker
get the
that-
showdown somehow turn over a
A
winner
lot
like
of
that.
nine.
it's not when you beat someone. You know what I mean? It's almost like
Yeah, pocket nines again for high. This time the ace comes out, but he does win the pot.
just kind of lose.
Let's see, we did have a question
I don't think I'd have the
earlier
balls to
from
third of $1 million.
Corey Maddox.
Like you wait.
Oh, I mean what?
Part of humor. is
He wanted to know if it was you joining me here in the booth.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday, like when I was playing
All right,
that
looking
hand,
at
about
the
queens,
earnings
kings,
there again.
that guy only flop a 3. I was thinking,
Most
okay.
high, stuck the most. Dr. J also down.
Sam,
Bump
until like
okay.
he flopped
JWin,
flop.
Caitlin. Just kind of
I
hanging
saw
out,
he had
treading water a little bit.
Kaylin hasn't got any hand to play so
Other
far.
hand, if he 4-bet his jacks, you would double up.
Yeah.
Last hand,
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
pretty
but
standard. I
the
mean,
last
what are we
hand
on?
was
Hand number
also-
16.
he did
you know,
format.
over the
Yeah.
span of any
With pocket
random
jack, and I
16
was
hands,
lost.
it's certainly
was short
plausible
stack,
that you're
means
going to get a bunch of junk.
Yeah.
Just have to fold, especially with some of the
Flat
actions
with
we've
jack,
seen here
so
so
he
far.
can 4-bet.
who?
Yeah, especially with this kind of line up and we know each other. If you play some, like trash card or whatever, if we notice anything, we will trap you and bully you for sure.
But his 3,
We will make you think we believe you have a strong hand, but somehow certainly both turns over.
You'll also get in the mix with the queen deuce again, or try to. I feel like
Yeah, I
this,
called 50.
yeah, this raise to 375 might get you pushed out of there, but we'll see. Everyone else is called, but yeah,
Yeah,
not going to take off a flop on the button. So
in position, but no, it's just hard, especially like in the multi-way, like four players there.
Yeah, I was very confident about
yeah,
that.
very likely that someone has a better queen, and
Yeah.
then you'll just get smashed if you.
Yeah, you don't want. Oh, I would flop the flush.
Well, bottom pair with a flush draw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the nuts flush draw, but
Pretty good hand, all things
Yeah.
considered. However, Josh here with top, and he's going to come out betting 700.
pocket 6.
I pay for her this one.
Yeah, nobody with a hand that can continue here, I think. JWin
J.
does have second pair, but with 3 clubs on board, this is just a spot where the defense is just sort of unwarranted, I think.
Yeah. If you call there, you have to be ready to call or bluff on the river. Otherwise, you just give up right away.
And your hand has very little opportunity
Yeah.
to improve, so I think that's a pretty good fold. Josh will turn over at least the ace of spades. I think he just turned over the ace king, but
Nice pull for Josh.
I'm a friendly player here. I've shown like every time I win.
Dog got a queen 9. All. Queen 9.
Eric also
Queen 9,
has
he
a nice
already
hand,
called the
which is,
flat. So when
Yeah.
Carlos called, he called the 3-bet.
a little bit there.
That flop came queen 9.
I really kind of want to see how Eric
So
battle
he
with
flop
JWin.
call.
JWin like do the GTO a lot, and JWin also people to do a lot of stuff.
Stack it.
Eric is like a kind of also a monster on the table, and they play each other.
Yeah.
It was like
It would be like
jacks.
very good show if they battle each other in a big pot.
Yeah. Look, we've got several players here that are up at like 50% plus on the B pips, and then Caitlin
Caitlin
there,
and
they're
Eric.
like, I would like to see some cards, please. I played like one hand.
High 66. Highest VP always very high.
Yeah. You generally tend to have a pretty high B pip as well, is that right? I mean,
Yeah, my VP is always around like,
Not a single pocket.
if normally it's around like 30, 34, 35.
Right after that last time I had
Yeah, if someone else like, if kind of get action on the table, you know, like higher, maybe like 45 or 50. So,
Zack here, just with the raise and taking.
King Jack, offsuit, take it.
Raise king, one diamond, close.
So you must have me dominated it.
Right, so scrolling through some of the
No, are you in?
stats here, as we do.
Like if I.
Zack, 43% VP.
First and goal. Came back after that.
You want your 50? Otherwise, your hand in the mud.
Eric is seeing.
Live 50.
Eric telling Jay to put 50 straddle, otherwise mark his hand.
Yeah, players in these games certainly not shy about putting the straddles on.
Yeah.
And the stacks get relatively short pretty quick once it gets up to $100, because even though everybody's on 5K plus in the stack or thereabouts, you start playing 50 big blinds, and all the chips can go in pretty quick. Caitlin here folding the king queen off, not going to come in for a squeeze. One of those spots where you definitely don't want to call, and so it's are you going to raise or are you going to fold? And she settles on fold, so.
It's also auto position, there. She may
Well, yeah,
also,
that's exactly it, right? Like you can't just cold call there.
Yeah.
Like the East is like, well, the Giants are actually doing
8-9 suited and 54.
Yeah, that's unexpected. What are Giants now? 62?
He's still looking good.
They're all up there. Cowboys, Giants.
Yeah, check through.
Yeah.
Dr. J not interested in
I like
betting
mine.
there.
I like my division. Vikings are like
Have Derek
3.5 games up.
big straddle.
Eric probably not interested
Packers,
in
Lions,
on this
Bears.
one.
It looked like the Lions are. Are they gonna win? Lions.
He hasn't played for hand. Now he betting.
They were doing well.
Yeah.
Josh, are you originally from Minnesota?
Yeah, I mean, he unblocks all of the just like big cards, right? That are just going to be like, I don't know if I can continue here, certainly maybe for one street. So there's Jack of Hearts on the end.
That's still your local team.
Let's see if Eric continues to tell a story that he has some piece of this board. The tricky part is that if you had something even as strong as like ace-4, you're probably just going to check the river rather than go for value. And so if he bets and bets sort of big, it'll be kind of telling a story that like I have some sort of like flop straight or a deuce, and that's about it.
Yeah.
800, so just about half pot. So he's actually saying maybe he can be value betting
It's a little
pocket sixes or something.
easier for him to call.
Yeah, but Dr. J very quick call game high.
Nice call there.
Wow.
That's a gutty one.
Yeah.
I like the idea from Eric though, with the very middling hand. Like if he can get any higher 2 cards to fold, obviously that's a huge win. And he unblocks all of the big cards that might float him one street and then give in some aggression. But
Yeah, I would say like Eric probably already put him on the ace high there. But also, I mean, you can go either way, like if I overbet massive, like overbet, like your ace head there. But if my massive overbet will be like look so bluffy, I don't want your ace head to catch it. But like the pot is already big enough, half pot feels so value, if you call with ace high there, I feel like I'm such a fish somehow,
yeah, which Eric would look like a genius if he did have pocket sixes and was just like, let me stick in this half pot bet. You're gonna call me with your ace highs and shit, and sure enough, like drag a nice pot there, getting paid on 2 streets. He would look pretty brilliant. So mixing in some of these 9 high bluffs and stuff, I think is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
But you are just gonna get called a fair bit. That sucks, too.
Definitely not good when you bluff. and got caught by ace high.
Yeah.
You got to know the line off.
And it feels great when you're the guy that calls with the ace high, right?
Yeah.
A little fist pump, maybe
Yeah.
high five your neighbor. Feels
Yeah.
good.
I would say like you want to make sure like you are capable to catch a bluff with ace high, because when your component is bluffing, you know, it's very likely he just have a lot of range will be like worse than ace high. You know, jack high, queen high, whatever. If they have any pair, they are more like want to show down. I mean, depends on the pot, you know, but. You won't be able to capable. You won't be capable to catch bluff with ace high.
Yeah.
But that's hard.
Yeah. No, especially when you have opponents that are going to do things more like you were saying, where you overbet or something and put you in this like really tough spot where you're kind of like, I think ace high is good, but I really have to put in 1,500 to win 1,000 or something stupid.
Yeah.
Like, good Lord.
That'd be a lot of pressure too. So ace 5, Zack raised to 150, ace queen here.
We just kicked a field goal, tied 17-17, and they gave us like
On the 50 straddle.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, this is an open from Zack, who is going to be a pretty active opponent in late positions. So yeah, I think the 3-bet's super standard here.
The Raiders this year, huh?
3-bet, definitely.
And you go for a relatively modest size here, under 3x, out of position.
like-
So
I mean,
sort of
they have
inviting
high
him to continue with a weaker hand,
Yeah.
such as what he's got.
They just lost to a 1-5 team.
But yeah,
don't
it's
know
much better as a 4-bet than it is as a call.
No,
Looks like what he's going to go for.
1-6.
Now we see some JTO stuff. Ace 5, 4-bet bluff.
Yeah, this is going to be a factor of the positions, right? Cutoff and button are going to get a lot of pressure back from the blinds and
Yes.
straddles, just because
No,
like,
you
can
were
have all kinds
bluffing.
of dog shit over there. So
Really, you like
you
a
give him
book?
the 5-bet.
Yeah, I gave him the 5-bet.
Oh,
Definitely give him the 5-bet. I know he had bullshit. I know this guy.
Before you put chips, I'm already looking at
that's
chips,
amazing.
like, you know, if
Yeah.
you rotate.
That's one of the choice, like, you know, like, if you know your component, you want to see the flop with him, you know, or you just want, you know, you already 4-bet. I'll just take your 4-bet chips right there. So I choose to 5-bet him.
You like jack
Yeah.
offsuit or suited.
Yeah, so I think the idea of just like calling like 4-bets or something makes a lot of sense when you're in position. Like, let's say
Well,
there's
let's
like
see here, I unblock the nuts.
bet from late position,
I know
and
if
then
they
get
offsuit.
4-bet
Even
either
I have
from a
jack
blind
suited,
or
I still
from
5-bet.
the original razor, and you could call and play the rest of the hand in position.
You can't believe
Like,
that. I'm
there
capable
would
to
make
do a
maybe
lot of
more
stuff.
sense to just call with a hand like ace queen and allow him to
That
keep
4-bet, that
his
5-bet
bluffs
range,
in, but you
worry.
just have completely dominated. You'll get to over-realize your equity being in position. But yeah, I agree with you. If you think your opponent's capable of having some bluffs, even if you're going to be crushing, having to play out of position against a tough opponent like that, just go for just multiple streets of bluffs, and you might just end up with ace high or something.
No, I can do
That's tough
whatever
for you,
on the
so
floor,
I
pre-flop,
like
on the
it.
river.
Yeah, if they have some bullshit, you also don't want them like to hit anything on the flop, you know. I'm ending it right here with a 5-bet.
I'm gonna be as hyper
Also,
as the rest
it
of
can help you to balance your 5-bet range, you know. Ace queen offsuit really 5-bet? Yes, I can. You just tell your component.
Yeah, I like it. All right, everybody with a little piece here.
Oh, pocket 7, king 4, 10, 9.
Yeah,
Both hit a pair.
yeah, pairs galore.
Open
Some
ender.
Straight draw.
Yeah.
Backdoor hearts here working for Zack as well. But yeah, good distribution of the equities. You are going to come out for a lead here. Little pair in the up and down straight
Yeah.
draw.
Auto position on this board, you want bet on the flop, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
5 of diamonds.
we're gonna have another game
leads
for
the
Ming if
front
he wins
door
big.
flush draw.
If he wins, we have another game tomorrow. And the next day.
I played a lot this one. Let's play get back to China. I played 5 times.
Oh, they were talking, they can't let me take the chips back to China. That'd be a great hit and run for sure.
Pay him 5x.
Yeah, sorry guys, my flight's in like 20 minutes. That's all I got to see you.
A lot of people say you want to play a game.
All right, you want to slow it down with a check, and
play,
yeah,
go
tough
back
to
China.
compete here. Certainly not going to get value from many worse hands betting this turn.
Fresh
Eric,
produce
though,
is lucky.
happy to start betting now that he has been checked to. 'Cause his hand is really quite weak. He would love to take this down now.
Yeah, he definitely smelled some weakness from the other hand.
I saw him got bit by the possum.
Yeah,
Down
he's
by
now
the river.
fold at this point, and just a matter of
I mean, yeah, if I call the turn, I need to be ready. Yeah, either bluff on the river or I call his river.
No coaching. Sorry.
that would
Call.
be tough. I mean, you basically have to just be like balancing, just like exactly ace-x of diamonds, where you just like, oh,
I'm not
I
ahead,
turn the
but
nuts,
you
so
never
I'm going
know.
to check
Maybe
it for
no
you and let you
diamond.
start betting.
No diamond, his street on the turn. You never know.
Get value later.
And it was too late, you know, like when he bet, when I was thinking like that, I already, you know, my whole body was already telling him I have nothing right now. I may have a middle pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another aspect of this game that's so interesting is how different people will hold themselves during a hand.
So Pierre,
you know?
dog, Josh.
Yeah.
And it's something that I have tried to put a lot of effort into.
I mean, Pierre,
Is
dog,
like
because he never.
when someone
no
bets
one
to me and I have a hand that is just like clearly wants to get the showdown. Like I have no interest in turning this hand into a bluff. But someone makes a big bet and rather than like
Yeah, dog mentioned
sit back and
he did it.
start stretching and being like, all right, am I gonna make the call? Like totally just announcing to them that like I'm either calling or folding.
Yeah.
Right? Like sit there and go
You
through
had
the
Brad
process
win
of
20%?
thinking it through
How much do you
without
get?
giving off anything because you actually might settle on, wait a minute, my hand actually has qualities that could lend itself to be a bluff. Like going back to that hand where Josh has the ace-king with the king of diamonds, right? If he had thought about it a little bit longer, I'm not saying that he should have, or that Josh would, or whatever. It's just like you might actually settle on the fact that like, wait a minute, I could have the nuts here. And you just bet half pot, which looks like you're trying to just tickle a little bit of value out of me. But you can't have the nuts, I can. So I might actually just stuff it
So
on
when
you.
you
But
like buy action
he
from
could never
how
do
does
that
it
after
work?
he sort of sits back
Yeah.
and starts looking around and drinking the beer, and you know, it's never gonna happen.
Yeah, unless they know you do that all the time. You know, unless they know like either you have it or don't, you just always do the same.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you know that's one of the like you should be careful. Like you should be aware. You know, like when you are in a hand, you should almost like always focus. And don't give any tail from any action or any like facial expression, whatever. You don't want to leak any information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your opponents can and will exploit you.
Yeah.
If given the opportunity.
Especially on the high stake, you pay a lot of tuition, pay a lot of money for any that kind of mistake.
If I lose,
I like that. Pay a lot of tuition.
Yeah. Your components are bunch of I don't know a bunch of hungry I don't know some hungry beast or whatever. You drop one single blood, they're going to bite you.
Yeah.
okay, so I still
Money
can
up front as an investor, or
And yeah, you can all be laughing and joking and having a good time, but at the end of the day, it is a zero-sum game.
actually
They all
yeah.
take
Well,
the
do it on word
off
of mouth.
of the table.
Some of us
Yeah,
are
you don't want to pay like 10K or even some 20K or any big
It's
big
normally
money for that
second
kind of
message.
mistake.
No, I'm just confused. So for example, all white
So we pick here, high is still in the lead, very quite high, 57.
have like a formal back
And
and be like,
Killing is still not getting any hand to play. It's quite low.
okay, and this is the stakes we're playing, and then they
J
monitor you
14%,
progress.
Eric 20% around.
More like an ongoing long-term relationship.
That was
Or you can
47.
sell action for like one cash session. So like, hey, I'm doing this stream game at this time.
Yeah, a lot of times
but
it's
if
just
you
card
lose, you
distribution.
own other
It
people's
can
money,
also be a product as, oh, we've got ourselves a Feel of Bump Pop.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other agreements on that portion of it.
Okay.
Stringing
So there's
up,
also what's
5
called
times
like you
25,
can
but it should just be,
markup.
25 bump hard,
yeah, $25.
but uncapped.
That's what happens with a lot of these high stake tourney players. They're
out
playing
here.
kind of
6 is 5.
is they get into a stable with a backing deal, and then they're so
6 is 5 rainbow,
markup that they can't
6
even really
deuce
manage
queen.
and get themselves out,
Two
and they
clubs.
become completely burnt out.
Yeah, not very inspiring flops for your hand. We get the rest of these hands.
I have a flush draw on the bottom.
Yeah, the
That's-
high though,
yeah.
and you've got the ace, the king, and the jack high flush draws that are all going to be better than you. We can see Dr.
Yeah.
J has the jack high, Josh with the king high.
Yeah.
Couple of superior flush draws out there, as well as just a bunch of clubs missing.
Jay has a nuts, has a 6 in his hands, only 1 6.
Eric, though, does have the only hand that can beat
Suppose
that, which
the
is
buy is 100.
flopping full
Oh,
house.
Take
yeah.
20%. It's like he
That's
was
right,
in
Eric
for
gonna make the bet. JWin
80. You were
make
in
the
like.
call. 4 here on the turn, 6 is full of 4s
So
for
no matter
JWin, and he
what,
now has a
no
lock
matter like what's
on the top board barring
result.
last
If it's
5
winning,
deck
you get a
which,
20% of the winning. If you
according to
if he lose, you lose 20% of the
poker
result.
app, that card has been scanned in
That's
as
simple.
being
Suppose
folded.
it's a straightforward.
Jay feeling very good on here, but this is uncapped bump pot. He don't want to lose the control.
Yeah, Eric with the nut straight on bottom, and just the one flush draw, the front door club still working, but none of the remaining players have that.
Yeah, but I still think the raising should be coming.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. JWin knows that he has the nuts on one board. He is gonna
Make the call.
Eric for a river.
So at this moment, Jay probably know he has pocket 5, but Jay also, if Jay makes a call, he also can get a bigger full house on the river maybe.
No, I'm heading back just for my family.
Jay here just gonna. Oh no, he is gonna pilot.
Yeah,
so
all in and a call.
Eric bets, JWin jams, and then Eric
Chop it. Yeah.
Chop.
Bet full house on the top, and Jay has the full house on the bottom.
Yeah.
Jay has no. Jay,
Yeah, I was worried about the 5-5.
Yeah, 6 is full of 4s on top, and then the
Leave on the fall.
oh,
yeah, Eric playing that one
Public
pretty
announcement. I
aggressive,
just want a hand, kind of.
potting the river. Like obviously he's got a full house, and if his opponent ever has something like queen 6 or something like that, that's
Yeah.
just like ugh. Like maybe I can win one of these boards if you just have the other one locked up or whatever. Could sort of side call. Maybe if you had like 8-9 and set queens or something, right? I mean, there's a couple of different ways that Eric could have the best hand on both. So
yeah. I mean, when you flop a full house like that, but it's pillow. So you always, you always want to be more careful.
What you mean
yeah,
which
that is
speed?
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all been there. At least anyone who has played live cash poker here in Texas with the PLO bomb pots. We've all been there where you have what feels like an unbeatable hand.
So,
You
the
flop
going
a full
which
house,
way?
you
No,
flop a flush, or you
Yeah,
whatever.
I saw this
Yeah.
was a
Yeah,
private
there's
one.
always a way
And
for
you
your
last
opponent to
night when you
find
see the
better
message.
hands
Live stream.
Yeah.
Live stream
You
to
have
actually. The live
8
stream
of them
private.
that have all
She
seen
told me
the
live
flop.
stream. I
Each
just
person
saw it,
all
yeah.
have
random
4 cards in their hand. So back to the small blind pocket 10s. Nice hand to raise.
Yeah, I don't think as a large like again.
Yeah, with $50 straddle on.
Yes,
I even
it's
didn't plan
150.
to like do the going live stream.
Jack 10 offsuit calls. Ace 9 calls.
Yeah, so you're in a pretty good position here, but you're going to be first to act.
Yeah.
The players behind. And that's a nice safe flop, though, for a couple of 10s.
I'm like literally burning up.
Yeah. I mean, here you either can normally just either can lead here, or you also can do a check raise. So I chose to lead here.
Yeah, with your opponents calling from the blinds, there's some opportunities for them to have pair plus straight draw, or even just like a top pair hand that just can't fold.
Yeah.
So getting some value there. 1/3 sizing on the flop. Josh will make the call.
2 overs.
Yeah, with sort of a random 2 overs as well. Some very disconnected to the board 2 overs.
Yeah.
And yeah, even with the 8 of spades peeling off, like he has no opportunities at a straight on the river. So really just looking to pair up.
Only looking for a jack here.
Yeah, with 775 in the middle. Another small bet here. Don't want a 6 or something to get too scared and fold. So
Missing
a
value.
little over half pot. But Josh, of course, is going to head for the hills. We're
Probably manning 1,000.
not improving.
Thank you. 6-6 adding on 1,000.
Yeah, on that hand, the best value I can get if George had pocket 7 or pocket 9. there I can get some value. I mean, if pocket 8, I'm getting pretty
Yeah,
bad
you
shape.
I
Yeah.
feel like a few months ago, I was discussing with the company, like they offer
So
me a
high
kind
still
of
down
nice
the
job.
most.
They offer 120,000. One,
So what? I don't really know the geography of China, but what part of China
they
are
offer
you
90
headed to?
90,000.
Oh, I'm heading to Beijing.
Beijing. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. And is that sort of home originally, or
I'm originally from Shandong, Qingzhou, but it's like between Beijing and Shanghai, but it's a very small town.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice place.
My position got
I had my humble rules. I was so poor when I was a kid,
yeah?
and I remember I had to pick trash to get some money, 10 cents a day. Yeah, and now play some fun poker in America. It's really interesting life so far.
Excellent, man. Well,
Yeah.
that's a pretty inspiring story.
Yeah.
Very cool. You started from humble beginnings and
President Johnson, I think we're losing money on this deal.
very comfortable living a nice life where you
Increase
can
the
afford
options,
to
lower the salary.
play games like this.
Yeah, play some poker. Yeah.
Is poker? I know that like Macau has like casinos and all of that where you
Yeah.
can go and do gambling, but is poker treated the same as any other gambling in China, like outside of those areas it's sort of frowned upon, or is
It's
it,
banned.
it's banned?
Yeah.
Just like
So
straight
it's gambling, but tournament is okay.
tournaments are okay.
Yes.
So is it
Cash game is gambling.
okay?
Yeah.
So are there like big tournaments and
that's
people
a
like
seduce.
regularly playing tournaments
That
because
won't
that's
use
allowed, or no?
No,
Okay.
it's just not that popular in China. But like Macau, I never been to Macau. I'm looking forward to play some big game in Macau when I came back this time.
Okay.
I heard they have some crazy nice game, high stakes there.
Sure.
So looking forward to try it, but we will see.
Yeah.
I mean, the quarantine and the COVID, maybe it's still hard to get into Macau right now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, it's a challenging thing. The Chinese government has kind of been pretty strict in certain areas about mobility and just even getting outside.
Yeah, the COVID is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, little glitch in the matrix there, but here we
Yeah.
are.
Hi, King 4 suited. Limp with 50.
75, 98.
All right, a suited ace
Ace.
deuce here, giving him the business in position.
Ace.
Well, like one day we
High
were
is a
discussing
very-
the offer and to see
It's
he
kinda
really
hard
want
to play
this
with
deal.
high
Yes,
also.
Like, hell yes,
High-
right now, the offer is right.
Highest
there.
range is very
The playing
wild,
poker is really getting a
and
big deal. It's like
always
2
has a
months
heart
ago,
going for it.
and I was playing poker is really becoming a big deal to me.
It's
Really
looking
nice
good.
flop here for you once again.
Yeah, but no value for sure. I bet if I bet step fold, yeah.
Disgusting. And I'm just like, oh shit, what's he mad at now?
Yeah, maybe even a spot where you just have so much equity where you can just check it back
run
and
good,
see if
yeah.
your opponent has
Yeah,
Big
we
deal,
are-
man.
ill intentions.
Like we
or
wrong
perhaps,
there, like lose
make comparisons.
33,000 one day.
Yeah.
So like, please let me come back.
Very
I can lower my
understandable.
salary.
Yeah.
Tilt the
I'll
pot
take
when you have such a strong hand.
Yeah.
I don't even
I mean, when I see the flop, I know even I wait into the turn, there's no value, you know.
No problem.
The max, if I hit go on the river or somehow, you make a bad beat or somehow, you know.
Can give me like 300
Yeah, you let him go runner 4-4
cash
or
in
something.
Yeah.
advance, I'll walk for
We've
you
all been there too.
for 5 years.
Flop a monster and you're like, ooh, we're gonna let him catch up or bluff or something, and then
Yeah.
they catch up too much.
Yeah, a poker guard will teach you how to play poker.
Yeah, just win the hand
Yeah.
when you have the best hand. Don't sit around and try to get tricky trappy all the time.
Yeah, poker guard will tell you some, you know, this is called cooler. It's spelled as Cooler. Just remember that.
You want me to shash
Oh, talking about cooler is so funny. Today I was playing the 5-10-25 also. I got 6 coolers in 2 hours, straight up, all got stacked. Horrible.
Ouch, man, that is a tough session.
Yeah. I was definitely seeing a lot of bad language on that table immediately. I mean, we are all friends, you know, so it's all right.
Yeah,
But still, 6 coolers, 2 hours, straight up.
yeah. No, that doesn't happen very often. Usually, you rarely see 1 or maybe even 2. But
Yeah.
once you get more than that, I mean, honestly, you know, and I don't know how you handle the sort of the emotional swings of this game, but yeah, I mean, I take a couple of brews, just sometimes it's like,
Yeah,
okay,
you should.
step away.
Yeah.
Take the rest of the day off
like-
there. Like if I stick around and get cooler again, it's,
Okay, I need you to thoroughly describe it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can handle it, you know, if you can make sure like your playing is still keeping red or even better,
Yeah.
you keep playing, yes. But a lot of situation like if you can't handle it, you know, just go home, you know. You don't have to donate money to the table, you know. There's a lot of meaningful things to do on this world, you know. Playing poker, not the one for you right now, you know.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's funny, like today when I hit the third cooler. When I hit 2 coolers already. So when the third come, I was thinking like, no way. Really? So I called it. So okay, it is. So after the third one, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to see how many coolers can hit me today. I'm not leaving, okay? If poker god want me like fucking me out like right here, right now, want me throw me to the bottom, I'm going to see how low he can throw me. Then I hit my 4th one, hit my 5th one, hit my 6th one. Then I'm here.
You're like, all right, well, cool. Let's
Yeah.
keep going. Let's really make a solid record that'll be hard to replicate.
Yeah.
Mo the Cat here, joining us a little bit late, wants to know if this game is live, why is MinClick not? So this was pre-recorded. We had this game run on Sunday, which is why Ming is able to join me here in the booth to commentate on the game that he is also playing.
Oh yeah, we live next to each other then. I'm like maybe.
Jack it off, pocket 4 and A7. No, I hit anything on this board.
Yeah, you're still best with effective 4th pair.
Yeah. At least I have a pair. And backdoor straight draw. Sometimes when we talk about backdoor, you know, but it's more like you think too much about backdoor.
If you ever want a friend.
I mean, yes and no, I think, right? Because especially now with the way that people are studying and looking at the
Only game available.
the
one
solver
in.
output, like the difference between having a backdoor and not is several percent.
Yeah.
And several percent is massive. Like, let's say that you have just like, you know, with your normal range of hands or something, like
Even
out
if
of
you're free,
position,
it's like,
just
you
as a
gotta be
pre-flop call or something, you have like 35% equity, like with your range. But like your
I'm
specific
all
hands,
with you,
just
but
by
so
having a
bad I feel
backdoor
like
gains
you have
an extra 3%, 3.5%.
like a-
Like you have a
I don't know,
10%
I'm
better
always-
chance of your hand like winning that hand than any of the rest of your range. Like just by
Yeah.
that sheer fact that you have the backdoor. And I know I probably did a terrible job of explaining that or putting it to words, but the backdoors just are very important in a
Yeah,
lot of
it's
situations.
definitely important. Yeah.
Sometimes your gut is wrong. You know, sometimes your
When,
read is so
especially when
accurate,
you're like
this guy
out of
has
position
jack
and
ten
you're already sort of a dog in the dynamics of the
I
spot.
just go like,
Yeah,
what am I?
I would say like backdoor is kind of like the gate for you to can open a lot of strategy, a lot of play. You know, if you use the backdoor, either bluff or value or the potential value, you know, you use it, so you get a new space. There are a lot of things you can do, a lot of value you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great part of being balanced. One thing that I've noticed with looking at spots in tournament poker, where you're a lot shorter stack, where you have to be like sort of very aggressive. Like every chip is so important, and you know you just kind of have to go for it in spots where it's like, well, I'm going to have these hands that are just going to want to get all the chips in, and so I need to have some bluffs. So you end up having some like funky bluffs, like you know, double backdoors, like where you have a backdoor straight and a backdoor flush.
Yeah.
And like you have no pairs, you have nothing, but like you still check raise and hope that the turn gives you one of those cards that will give you additional equity. You just keep going for it until you either improve it to the nuts or something close to it, or you just try to win with 4 high or whatever. So,
Yeah, and also like, you know, when you're short stack somehow, like when you have the backdoor, I mean, if you have backdoor flush and backdoor straight, it's beautiful, you know. But I mean, if you have less than that, it also can be a nice one for you to push all in as a bluff. You know, you can give the pressure, and you also have your odds. You also have your equity too.
yeah. The flip side too in these cash games is that little bit of extra equity that is also sort of disguised as well when you're really deep stacked, can act as that sort of incentive to be like, well, let's go ahead and take off another card, because if I back into a nut flush here, people aren't going to see that, right? Like, or they'll see it, but they might not give it as much credit as some of the other hands, and maybe you should get paid a little bit easier. I mean, it's certainly easier to get paid on a backdoor flush that completes than a front door, right? Like, we all just know that, just because people don't give the backdoor the same credit.
Ace king suited for Eric here. That's a call. And
Caitlin just like trying to play a hand at this point.
yeah, finally I got suited queen. Okay, I can play.
And Eric flats her with ace king suited. JWin
This ace suited. Yeah. There's no ace on the flop, I bet.
It's gonna be tough for Caitlin to win this one. But,
Poor Caitlin.
But yeah, with no heart on board, just a whole lot of not much out there. Plenty of combinations for her opponents to have connected with it.
It's like
So go check. And ace.
Your head's right in front of my screen, so that's why I keep like looking over.
Cool, yeah.
Tried to play this one, but she
Oh.
is going to rep this.
It's a pre-flop
We'll have
reason.
like sort of the best aces. Problem for her is that she's gonna probably bet a lot of her flopped diamond draws. Like, imagine if she just has like king queen of diamonds. Like, is she gonna check this flop? I'm not sure. Maybe, but it's gonna be tough for her to represent a flush.
He's also kind of short stack here, you know, so I would say is. Oh, I just called. Jay a very good fold here. He knows it.
Yeah,
He
well,
knows it.
even if he has the best hand, right? Like, his opponents are gonna have a lot of equity, just like overall. And I think,
You know the I bonds, return
Okay,
is like
so
over
7 of
10%.
diamonds, 4 to a flush on board.
Kaylin gives it up.
Straight.
I mean, the river diamond Kaylin definitely kind of don't like it. If the river wasn't diamond, Kaylin can still tell the story about the flush draw. But I think Eric just check.
Yeah, he's got showdown. Caitlin.
Yeah.
Caitlin will look at the ace king suited and be like, well,
You limp my?
yeah, you could
Yeah.
like just 3-bet me pre so I could.
Yeah, push me out.
So she did put an additional 200 in there trying to win on the turn.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Oh, poor Kaylin there.
The curse of like being card dead for a session, especially on screen, where you're just like, man, everybody's looking at my VPIP, they think I'm a total nit, whatever. It's like, okay, I'm gonna try to play this hand, and like, no chance. You'll
Yeah.
win this garbage.
Just play normal, you know. It's important to just play normal.
Man, I will say, and I'm not saying this is the case in this game, but I have been in games before where like you're watching people just like absolutely just blasting chips into the middle with nonsense, and you're like, please let me just get some hands to play cards with these guys, and you just can't. You just can't. You keep getting 10 deuce off and just like garbage.
Yeah.
So then you start to try to just like get creative because you just want to play a hand against these people.
Yeah.
No, like forget about it. You're never gonna connect with this trash.
Yeah, I would say again, you know, if you really not that lucky at all, there are a lot of other meaningful stuff to do on this world. You know, playing poker, maybe next day,
Yeah, do your best to do that. Sit back and relax. Wait for the cards if they come. If they don't,
For 2022.
Yeah. So pocket 7, 10, 9 suited and top pair. Not scared about the flush. She leads here.
Yeah, Zack, I was going to say it's tough for him.
I have a jack.
Even though pocket 7 is usually not going to fold with just one overcard on the board, but with the 3 clubs and no club in hand, yeah, pitch side.
Yeah, especially like middle, like
Goes
around middle
to
somehow I was using
11.1K.
like that was one of the worst decisions ever.
Yeah, nice little tidy stack you've got there.
No,
that
like
you put in the
the
suitcase.
margin, like you line money.
It was my going away stream, you know. I should win, okay? I take some hit and run.
should give it a
All
try.
my friends are paying for my flight ticket, all my spending in China.
I love it. Josh here also up a tidy sum.
I think it's like
Zack
something
up a
like
fair
less than
bit.
5%
Eric
of day
has
traders.
some gas money.
Okay, just for Caitlyn.
Like for most
Finally.
$50.
Yes.
100%.
2K behind is 2K is not high there. So got raised. Caitlyn is feeling very good.
Jay here assuming the position of the initial raiser.
Oh, I raised? Oh, I threw that.
With a very small size, min click 2.0.
Yeah.
Which is just 2.5x raise here, and now Caitlyn.
Has to call now.
I don't know about this.
Yeah. If I call, I would say Caitlyn can be a huge 3-bet or the jam there, but my raise they're giving a very strong information.
Yeah, no.
At least I'm telling her I have a strong hand.
Yes, but at the same time, like, she's now just invited JWin into the pot. She's going to play 3 ways out of position. I think that the 4-bet there is going to be a much easier way to win chips, right? Your goal is always to deny equity and just try to realize yours. And just, like, going for the big raise there with the jacks. But trying to shut it down, like you said earlier, like when you put in the 5-bet.
Yeah.
Like you just
want to
win
shut
now.
it down right now.
Pocket jacks, you're totally happy to just take all of that money and just win right there.
Yeah.
I think that could have been played a little bit differently. As it stands, she does get outflopped by JWin, and then you get a bigger pair on the turn. So she is sort of going to get away from this one without losing anything additionally.
Yeah. Hit is on the turn. I think I bet half pot. Okay, jacks has to let it go. Now it's top of JWin. JWin has a flush draw and also can be a 2-pair.
And yeah, with the gut shot straight draw as well, I think
Yeah.
he has a mandatory continue.
Pretty much should call there.
Have to work 80 hours.
Yeah, I think
80 hours a week.
call. Heads up between JWin. Betting lead, so you'll get to check back a lot of rivers that
That's the worst idea, like
sort of
invest money and put new.
it'd be hard for you to improve, right? So yeah, the goal for you is usually just to check back here.
Oh, another queen. Jay has it now. Now the problem is how much I'm willing to pay for my ace. Jay, right now in Jay's mind, I know he has an ace. How much he is going to pay?
And yeah, this is breaking with the flow as he now puts in the donk bet on the river. He goes for the big size here.
Full pot. Full pot. In this kind of situation, it's kind of tough. Like, you know, when there is a queen on the river, usually it means like your component is more it's unlikely to have a queen because there is a queen on the river. But the equity is not that low. You know, like your component can have 2-pair and the set there.
Yeah, but I mean, from a value perspective, when JWin bets 2,000, he's sort of saying I have a queen or better, right? Like queen, straight, flush, things of that nature.
Yes.
Since I'm betting full pot. And so then you have to sort of go back through the hand and ask yourself, all right, is it possible for him to have gotten here with those hands? You know, does that make a lot of sense? And, you know, everybody checks through on the flop. He checks the turn and just calls your bet, right? Like, okay, so we've sort of narrowed things down a little bit, right? Like, it's kind of tough for him to have the king-jack anymore because he's probably going to have to raise, either just lead the turn or check raise you. I mean, I guess he could just check call. But then donking the river here with the king-jack, it could make some sense.
Yeah.
Particularly if you have the king.
Just give me 20 seconds.
That could make some sense.
And my ace has a worse kicker also, you know. I won't say it matters that much, you know, because if your component has it, it doesn't matter about your kicker, you know. But ace is no good.
Yeah, but if he's bluffing with king 10 here or something, king of clubs, like he just, yeah, you win. Like you win
Yeah.
against all the bluffs,
Yeah.
and you lose against all of the value, whatever the value is.
Oh, I fold. Oh, good. No money for you, Jay. Oh. Oh, that's good.
I love that your memory is like is you know isn't so so good that you remember exactly how you played every hand, because that makes this even better.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like especially on this one. Oh.
Oh, good, I pulled. No money for
Yeah.
you.
Oh, hey, is this Kenneth? Everyone, yeah, doing good.
Yeah, welcome to the stream.
Yeah.
All right, looking at raise first in. Yeah, Caitlin here is raising in one hand.
My birthday is in a week, so and I am gonna be
It has
sad
been slow
missing out
going
on my
for her,
birthday
but
mark.
Jay will
6 calls.
raise first in with 7-6 suited.
I love how I always play whatever. Queen 9 offsuit, have you limp. I still calls it.
Raise to 180, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2.
So-
We're gonna give a little tickle here with 3-bet.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait. I
6
think I
suited.
can make it 2.5 months.
Eric let it go. Suited connector. Jay will have to call it.
6,
And we'll put high on the
7.
on the party too.
I'm putting in a little bit too much.
I have it.
We'll get around it. Yeah, 4 straight. So here we go. 3 players to a flop.
Already tough night for high. Let's see. I mean, that's also like when you play has range is wide, it's also make your components hard to guess what you actually have. No.
They can have a lot of 2 pairs, for example, that you wouldn't give them credit for.
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't give maybe another opponent credit for, right?
Yeah. Oh, what a flop. Look at this flop. Queen 9 is good.
Wait until I can like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
It's like that one drink was probably.
Gut shot, but,
Yeah.
Probably haven't had anything in a while.
I mean, I say that. Of course, you can have different intentions.
Probably not, especially when high is behind it. That's that's why you like high plays good sometimes. Like that's why high strategy works. On this board there is no way I put him on Queen 9 2 pair.
Yeah.
I can put him on Queen, yes, easy, but 2 pair really?
Yeah, lipping and then calling your raise. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
like the Queen 9 of hearts, Queen 9 of spades. Those are sort of reasonable, but yeah, the Queen 9 off doesn't really factor into your mind too often.
Yeah.
Ooh, check,
Check, hit flush.
And he leads the river for a sort of blocky half.
Raise all
pot
in.
size.
You pick one, okay?
Yeah,
I
this
raise-
always feels so
Okay, I
gross.
just-
Look at him. He's
no,
put
no,
so
no.
much of his chips in.
Show the bluff.
I would try to show him one card so bad, but he has 1 blocker. He has 1 club blocker, which means like unlikely I have a flush there.
And he's just fully on top of range, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, every once in a while he's going to have his own flush.
Yeah.
A straight, turn straight that he checks. I mean, yeah, but you just... It just feels super gross when you do put in that bet and your opponent jams for just like barely anything more. You're like, you have it, whatever it is, but like, do I ever beat a bluff? Or do I ever beat your value?
Players checks online.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, maybe somehow Jack 9, you just gonna like raise me all in? I don't know. Probably not, but.
yeah, and I think that will do for high.
JWin?
Yeah, after getting stuck 10K, pretty tough spot here for
I don't
high
have
this evening.
anyone. I just
Yeah.
got someone that's
And he does take leave.
Oh yeah, bring him
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
understand.
sure.
Took leave on
with my
that.
3 blind mandatory.
Yeah.
3 is out.
Warrior always have a smile on his face. Definitely one of the
Thanks, Derek.
best like poker friends you want to have.
And it looks like they're gonna pull.
Takes a beat and sort of laughs it
Yeah.
off, smiles it off, yeah.
Yeah.
Kenneth here asking who's in the booth. I am the host, Aaron McAvoy. Joining me is Ming. He actually played this game on Sunday, Min Click 2.0.
Yep.
And so special send-off here as Ming will be headed back to China here in just about a month. So had this little farewell stream, and he gets to join me here in the booth to commentate on the plays.
Yeah.
9,
7 dudes, no good.
You can play, you can win with that.
Ace 3 really.
Ace king hand.
Yeah, so the 7 deuce game has really kind of fallen by the wayside. Not too many people playing that anymore. But the stand-up game, of course, being
Yeah.
played quite regular. Do you enjoy playing the stand-up game?
Yeah, we play stand up all the time. Like, yeah. I mean, on the 5, 10, 25, our stand up is so 100 for each player. So like 50, 100 is like jump to 200 or 300. It's a lot.
Yeah, it hurts when you have to pay that one out.
Yeah.
But it can also hurt if you try bluffing off your whole stack
Yeah.
in a spot trying to sit down.
The worst situation is like you try to bluff it, you lose the big pot, and you still have to pay for the tax.
I quit
The
in
tax.
July of
Yeah.
July, August, something like that.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm more of a 1-3-2-5 mid-stakes player. And stand-up game doesn't come around too often. I've played it certainly a few times. Thankfully, have not had to pay out the tax.
I was burnt out.
Quite yet, but it is a very fun game, and it certainly
Yes.
changes the dynamic a lot as
Yeah, because like if you're
you see people respond to it in different ways,
Well, if
right?
you-
Like
I
some
knew
people
that if I made
almost
there was
don't even change their
a certain
style,
amount, but it
right?
made
They just like,
perfectly happy.
if I have
Yeah.
to pay the tax, I have to pay the tax. I'm not going to be that guy that dumps his stack
Yes.
trying to sit down. And other people, no, they'll go for it with
Yeah.
all their money.
I would say like both way either works, but like right now I prefer to just if I pay the tax I pay for it. But if but usually like if your stand up lasts 1 hour or somehow normally you have your situation that you should bluff.
Yeah.
So just go for it.
1.9.
Oh, nobody won last
Yeah, especially if you get into one of those spots where
No, not tonight.
like the two remaining players that are still standing are playing a hand. It's like somebody's got to win this spot.
okay,
Yeah.
make sure each person all buy one today, okay?
All right, you are going to turn a pair of threes.
Okay.
Time to get some tax.
Jay here looks like he's betting for value.
Okay, Zack buy. No, the point is
I wasn't
if
paying
you're
attention
lucky
on
enough,
that game.
you
I was
hit it,
talking
you're
with
like,
Zack for sure.
You buy one or you buy like 200 or 300. It's no much difference, honestly.
A little bit of merge, perhaps like a value slash, just sort of try to clear out some equity. He could just get you to fold like 9-10 or something. He would be fine with that.
Yeah, if he want to get me forward here, he has to bet over bet.
Slightly less
Yes, Jay knows
Not
it.
by, no,
He
if
has
you,
to
if
overpot
you buy
bet
nothing, it's
with
zero.
my pair fold.
So if you buy one tick, it's nearly.
By
If
800,
you buy like
$600 pot, he
even
bet
5
800.
minutes, it's still near.
Yeah, when you
But if you buy 100,
call pre, then check back on the flop, you're not going to have a ton of kings. Every once in a while, you can have sort of a bad day.
even
kind
the
of
both like
beat.
nearly
Big
zero,
bet.
right?
You
you
know,
have 50
private
times.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't raise him on the turn, I'm giving him the opportunity to tell a story on the river, which makes myself continue.
Yeah, but when you have a hand that does
like right now,
improve
buying
the
is
turn, like the hands that had their threes,
I feel like
you can and you should defend the turn and give up on the river. Like, and a lot of people sort of don't understand this.
That's why like
And you hear a lot, or I certainly see it in the chat and stuff here. Like, well, if you didn't believe him on the turn, why are you believing him on the turn? Something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, it's not necessarily about belief in this exact moment. Like, we have to be thinking about all of the hands that we're playing against our opponent in this spot over and over and over and over with different hands from our ranges. Right? You can't just let him get away with it every time because it's like, oh, this time I think he just has it and I fold. Or if he's going to bet the river, I'm going to fold there, so I better not call now. Well, sometimes you're going to call with a pair of threes, the dude's going to check the river and give up. Because he's like, no, you have a better hand, whatever. You're going to win with a pair of threes.
Yeah, but let me hit. I pay all the time. Okay, let me
Just
hit.
like,
I was just gonna say. All the garbage.
Definitely.
We highly paid the taxes.
Yeah. That's all the money, please. For the American government. I would love to, please.
That's the best tax you want.
Yeah. Would you like that at 100? Would you like that at
All right,
100
here.
bitcoins, or would you just like a fat
Three
double?
ways to
All right,
Zack,
so tell me, I'll bring it there.
for suited with a bottom pair of capital flush draw.
1.9.
pair also. I think it's time for me to leave.
But like the tax, maybe like
True.
half of the.
But here's the question:
Yeah.
the settlement or the
I
one-time
leave
payment?
them to time.
I'm sorry, the one-time payment or the?
You would have
Oh.
paired the ace right on the turn.
Yeah, you know that, but you still have to fold.
In 20 years,
Because I still
All
can't.
right, checky here on the turn.
I will always
Players
check
have
one
to
time.
get to the river,
No matter how,
but
no
now
matter how
Zack
much.
King, 2 pair.
One time,
time to go
right
for
now.
value, and then Caitlin will have to
Give the
decide
money to me.
if he ever has some sort of 10 jack or something like that that has now bricked out.
Very thin. Should be an easy fold for her.
Yeah, not even half pot here. This is
Yeah.
super value-y.
Yeah.
No desire to come
But
back.
that's a problem for 200 on this pot.
Silent until I rock.
Like, I want to see the hand. I pay for it.
Caitlin
Nice fold.
almost got that
Yeah.
curiosity bug and had to pay it off, but no,
Yeah.
she does lay it down.
That's for me. Like I hit my. If I hit an ace, he hit 2 pair. I'm going to pay for him. With some king 4 2 pair.
No, I can deal with that money very well. Just give me that.
See the hand here.
I know how to spend.
You got a billion.
What's the first thing?
Hand number 38.
I just want, yeah, just
What's the
whatever
first
let
Pretty
me
slow
take it. Even
going
just
here.
give me a few $1 million.
Sometimes on the 5-10 stream, really get a lot of 3-betting and folding free and stuff like that, so we get through a lot of hands. But I feel like we're going to get to the 8 o'clock hour, just about halfway. Probably be well below 50 hands played.
To the different
So a lot of action, lots of decisions to be made throughout these hands so far.
Yeah.
Which I really enjoy. Like, it's always great when you see a lot of the 3-betting and the 4-betting and stuff where it just shuts it down and on to the next hand, because you're seeing players really operating at a high level and putting their opponents under a lot of pressure immediately. But there's so much more to talk about, so much more to enjoy about people's strategies and how they differ when we get into the flop, turn, river, with lots of action.
All right, so what's the play here? Do we buy
Yeah.
tickets
I
or do we
mean,
pull?
in that kind of
I don't know what's the
situation, like 4-bet, 5-bet with air, like you definitely you want to know your component, but like all the thinking like behind is very interesting. That's why we play poker. That's why we bluff. That's
We
why
play poker for a
we do the
while,
value
okay?
bets.
We know
That's
we
why it's
talk
fun.
a lot.
Yeah.
We know we're very good, like,
Josh is betting
poker
with
friends.
his gut shot on the
But $1.9 billion, we don't need to do that, okay? We don't need to test that boundary. Yeah, but we don't need to do
Find a
that.
bet
gas station down the street is the shell.
While it's not
Literally
maybe the
walkable
most
distance right there.
convincing,
Yeah, but let's do
probably
it.
get the job done,
maybe we
but
have
he
to
is
be
going
drawn.
to check. And Dr. J now, who floated with the ace high,
Oh, I'm game for that. Oh, yeah.
1%.
is now going to turn his hand into a bluff.
But I'm gonna probably buy more tickets. So it's okay.
Well, 1% of the overall.
Perhaps
no,
feeling
how much
that
1% of the agreed
Josh
amount.
could be betting something like a 10 on the turn.
Zach, just do. I'll do
You
a
know,
hundo.
just kind of, 10-9 or whatever, just like, I don't know, let me just bet and see what sort of where we get to. Now there's another overcard, he checks the river. And Dr. J, like, not only beats all the bluffs,
Yeah,
but he could maybe get
I only buy
10
tickets away.
or
Eric is like, listen, if I could pay for a dumb draw, I could pay for
It's
a lot of
a
tickets.
time
And
to.
that's a spot that, like, I certainly find myself missing sometimes, and a lot of people do, which is like, you make a pretty light call on the turn, where you're like, I don't know, I think I might have the best hand, and then they check you on the river, and you're like, got him, and just like snap check, and then they turn over pocket fours or something, you lose to it, and you're like, oh shit, I should have thought more about it and maybe bluff, because I beat all the stuff that I thought I beat, and I could get some of the crap that beats me to fold.
Yeah, I would see a lot of situations like that. Like that's why I like to raise a lot. You also see like if the pair is action, like you want 3-bet, 4-bet, raise on the flop, on the turn, on the river, massive bet. You want you. I'm not saying like you always should be aggressive or somehow, but in a lot of situations you always want to raise. Like that's. If you play good, you have to, and you are able to do that. You either put your component to the test, and also that's in your bluff range. And also, like when your component knows they can do that, it's also in your value range. So, which means like I have value, I raise you on the turn, You bet, I raise. You 3-bet, I 4-bet.
Yeah.
We do that also, you know. It's all about your component and how you play the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be too predictable, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And, all right, so 3 players to a flop here. Everybody with something. Dr. J has the best hand. Equity in both of them.
Caitlin, you little green angel. That's not the way to mail it out of here.
7 of clubs here onto the turn, and the equity is now drawing much closer as Dr. J, again, still with the best hand.
Okay, 3.
So do you want to be the
check once again, and it's an ace on the river. So close.
I checks, okay.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to get to the showdown, unless Eric decides that 6 high can never win. And yeah, let's bet a little bit over pot and get everybody to fold everything.
I snap fold. Yeah.
No hero calls from Dr. J on this one, and Eric will take it down with the worst hand.
Yeah.
Color of me. Yeah. Color of me.
Well, I was calling it off. So you know how much I like. I always call off very quick. That's why.
Color up,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Eric was calling me color off me, color off me.
Yeah, you're the opposite of some players who like to have a bunch of the small chips.
Yeah, I don't. It's not my type. I like a bunch of pink, as large as it can go.
Color up on live.
My max is always like 3 stacks, 3 or 4 stacks. That's a maximum.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with having 5 or 6 stacks, but I like to stack higher. I do stack to 30 instead of 20, and so it keeps it relatively condensed, even if you have a lot of the smaller denomination chips. But yeah, I agree with you. I think the color up is always the way to go.
Yeah, Eric barely colors up. Eric always like keeps all the chips. He thinks color up is a bad luck or somehow.
Oh, he's superstitious about it. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I like to color up a lot. So it was funny. Like I always do that, but I saw Eric was running good for a few times, never with a bunch of chips right there,
You're like, maybe I should try that.
Yeah, maybe I should try, like especially last week I was playing a big one, 50, 100, 100. And lost a big one. I was down 33,000 in the hand.
Oh my God.
Back home, I think maybe I should try Eric's strategy. Okay, I don't color up. Okay, maybe I should just keep all the chips right there.
There you go. Yeah, coloring up. You've been nerfing yourself this whole time, man.
Yeah.
So somehow these 4 players are all involved. I'd say Josh has, I guess this is a limped pot. That's how this happened. Okay, limped pot. So you started things off. You limped the button, and then all the blinds sort of found their way in here. Okay, I got you. I was gonna say these are some pretty raggy looking hands. But Zack with an up and down straight draw. You also have the same up and down.
Yes, but. And Zack has a flush draw there too.
Indeed. Oh, straight flush draw. 5 of clubs peels off. He would improve to a straight flush. Does just make the 4 high butt flush here on the river, and you are going to end with 10 high. See if you're going to go for a bet here.
No. Sometimes that's one of the stuff like your components. I can't block this one. 10 high. I'm not giving you chips. 10 high, 10 high.
Yeah, if you ever think that you just sit on a hand that's never going to fold, like bluffing is just like a fool's errand.
You never
Yeah, the worst though is when you like convince yourself to like no, like whatever they have, they're gonna call me. I just check, and then they turn over to this like garbage hand that would have completely folded like 100%. And you're just like, oh, why didn't I just bet? Like, anything.
And it was a 4 high. I know he has a like trash flush, like 4 high or 5 high. I can make him fold there, but sometimes when you bluff it, you gotta have your heart and have your mode. Right now I can't do it. But sometimes you might be like exhausted. I'm not feeling well. I'm getting cooler or somehow. Like you are just not able to bluff, you know,
Dealers,
even though you should.
never blame us,
Yep.
because I know
And like some very good players, like if you give out any tails, they know you are exhausted. They know you are not in a very good shape. You're still trying to bluff. Once they smell it, they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I may have been guilty of that a little bit here as of late. You know, sort of not running super hot. And yeah, in these spots where I feel like I should be going for it, I should be hero calling, things like that. I'm just like, dude, this is just another one of these spots where it's not going to work out. Check it down, or I fold, or whatever, right? It's like, oh god, I just got bluffed, or I could have gotten away with that one.
I would say, like, as long as you can play perfectly, you know, as long as you don't let your component to catch any tails from you, you still can go for it. You know, you should.
Yeah.
But if you already showed your, you know, like whatever face impression or any little tails, just give it up.
Yeah. Just shut it down.
Yeah.
All right, so PLO bomb pot. We've got Jesse in the box now.
Bomb pot.
I mean, yeah, it's a.
You like the bomb pot?
Oh, I played Pillow for a while. I tried to understand the game better, so I was playing Pillow like 2 weeks straight off.
Okay.
Yeah, I even didn't know how to play Hold'em when back to Hold'em.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're just thinking
But this
four
is
cards.
never stopping
Yeah.
from talking.
So King Queen 8 deuce. Nothing for Dr. G
Otherwise,
there.
nobody gonna remember me. Okay? So my strategy is, even I cannot
Wait
remember
for
you, I'm making
the rest of the cards to get scanned in.
Queen Queen Jack 7.
Jay was the private gamer out on Friday.
It's Jack 9 5. No, not seeing any connection so far.
Yeah, looking for a 6 as we've got
The whole table's
on that top part board. But
Like you go a little closer, a little closer.
we got the mighty Hammy joining us over in seat 7 there,
Oh,
replacing
you're right.
Pi.
Those two people not drinking, but everybody's getting
Were you
hammed.
there the night you tried to fake drink and
I'm
then
not sure if I'm familiar with the mighty Hammy.
Fake? No, you mean
he
fake
like,
drink?
I think I may see him a couple times, but
was like acting like he ordered a tequila sunrise?
Okay.
yeah, I may see him on like 1-3 or 2-5, but I never played with
I
him.
was already
Okay.
Probably never, yeah.
He is going to fold the aces with the Jack High club flush draw, and that was actually the only flush draw that I saw. These three players find their way to a turn. Set of 7s for Josh on bottom are still good.
We need to figure out how many power. How
On
many
the top things,
Yeah,
not so
turn
much going
straight
on.
for JWin.
We are doing individual, right?
Another 6. My goodness. Okay. Any pocket pair makes full house. Josh has a pocket pair, so he now
We are doing
6 full of 7s on top. The best hand up there, but you have improved to 10s full of 3s. On the bottom board, so give you a lock on that. JWin here stuck as the man in the middle here who's going to get his money chopped up. He does make the call with just the straight on top, hoping to get half the pot, hoping that you guys are sort of fighting on the other board. And that's sort of the precarious nature of the multi-way bomb pots is that you're like, maybe I get this half. Yeah. Chop up.
That's, you know, like when you play bomber, you always want to have something on both board. You know, even you have to, depends on the knots, you know, like, because in sometimes they can have the same knots, like a straight, or even you have a full house, like, I mean, the equity is it also can be a full house over full house.
Yeah.
And especially multi-way, yeah, you always want have something on both board.
I have folded the nuts plenty of times in the bomb pots, right? Because, like, for example, let's say that you flop the nut straight on one board, and you have just, like, nothing on the other board, and it's like, if I somehow get to the end, 2 more streets of betting with all these people,
Yeah.
I might still have the best hand. on one board and no chance to win the other board. So what am I even thinking about? Just ditch it.
And also, like, you know, when it's uncapped, you know, if that's capped, maybe way better. But uncapped, deep stack, you really can go screwed up.
Yeah. Even in a capped bomb pot, I would say having like nuts, flopped nuts, right? Like there's also a difference between like what you flop. Like if you flop like the top full house, like yeah, I'm not advocating for folding that. But anytime you flop the nut straight, like everything can change by the river.
Yeah.
Everything can change, or you could be getting quartered at best, right? Like you know, or just so many things can go. All right, we've got a hand developing here.
So, yes. Eric 3-bet to 700 squeeze and got ace king. It should be a fold. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric there getting a little bit spicy on relatively stack, sort of putting a good chunk of chips out there.
Yeah.
To oh, Eric's
5K.
stack is just nowhere near. Oh, he's
It was a fun game.
I don't.
Yeah, I think Eric just add on.
Okay, yeah, that was weird because on that last hand it showed him as having like 2K, and now he's got 5. So.
No, I think Eric buy in with 5K or somehow, but it's just barely changed. Still is back in there.
We got him!
Maybe they're glitching.
I like the 7th time it's getting kind of old.
I would say that's.
Hand 43.
I was talking
You
to
still
Kevin.
ditch it.
absolutely
King jack, you can
2K,
do it.
2K, you're poor. 2K. Kevin was short by that. It was like, short by? He keeps
Zack. Wow, Zack folded.
and,
Yeah,
Kevin was
9-8
like,
suited there.
oh,
Oh.
if I'm winning, you're talking shit.
To a
I'm
single
losing, you're talking
raise
shit.
like
I'm
that, I
like,
think
you're
the
talking
9-8
shit.
suited
Short by, you're talking shit.
plays pretty decently, even from the small blind as a flat. You can always 3-bet it too.
Yeah.
But does get out of there. Would have flopped a couple, or backdoor and a gut shot. But
Josh going for it.
yeah, and Jay here just sort of defending his straddle.
Yeah, Jason doesn't believe it all. It's a call.
Yeah, Queen 10 high, going to be good some of the time to also turn some equity. Or just turn, you know, pair queen. Shows us a nice
He
space.
flat
You
ace
know,
is
that is
full,
the
the second
queen
nuts, and was
on
worried
the
that
turn
driver had
for
quads.
Jay. Josh picks up a gut shot to the nut straight,
I mean,
so
I guess to this point, it was a 4-bet
definitely,
pot, but still,
you know, a reasonable spot for him to continue telling a story about having a big ace or a 2-pair and betting for a large size. He does go for the check.
Check,
And
check.
yeah, he'll say maybe king jack high.
Driver got an
Good
8.
enough.
So
But
flop
it
was
will
an
not be.
8, 8, ace.
Yeah, Jay calls on the flop really makes
8,
George
8,
think he
ace.
has
Driver
an
had
ace here.
an 8. And the boot had pocket ace.
Nice call for Jay on the flop.
Wow. But, I mean, I know where his concern was. He got raised
Yeah, and
twice.
that's very much a sort of GTO play that
He did I think he did a double check
where you
raise.
just can't give up on too many of your hands. You're gonna
so
fold out all the
king
king
checker
highs
is
and
the
your
driver.
9 highs and all the stuff that just says
It
completely
was a
whiffed.
single
But like once you get
no, it
up
was
to
not
king
a
and queen
full
highs, like if you
was
fold those, you're
single
just folding
open
way too many hands.
So he
So
boots raise,
Jay gonna
driver call.
make some
And,
what looks
I
like
didn't pay
pretty
much
loose
attention,
floats.
like, on the flop and the turn. But
But yeah,
according to
very
Boots,
nice turn card.
it's, he
And I do
betted
love
the
how you've
flop,
colored up. You've
and,
got that giant
three-bet.
tower
Yeah.
of pink chips over there
Ace,
now.
8, 8.
Yeah.
Driver flops, 3, 8.
That's something I like. Okay, I always like chips. More chips, more money.
Turn.
And just the more brightly colored ones. please.
Yes.
Those are the
bet,
good ones.
and then he check raised on the
Ooh.
turn. On the river, I paid up. I only watched that
Jay
hand.
went
Full house.
On the river. It was like, it was like 2200.
But it's small pot. Jay may even can raise or
in
just
the
fold
pot
it.
on
Jay
the
folds
turn.
it.
So
If
after
Jay
the turn,
has
the pot was
10-7
2200.
suited, right,
Wow.
like he can go
Wow.
for a check raise.
Oi.
Did he boat up on the river or no?
Yeah,
No.
even then,
He did
it's like on a paired board, like
They all
Jack
had
9
three
deuce,
balls. So now
10-7,
it's
you're
turn,
gonna like
it's
have
Boots'
pretty good
turn to act, right? So Boots bet 2500.
incentive to go for a check raise with a bad gut shot like
He
10-7.
check raised the hand
But when
on
the
turn,
board is already
and he
paired,
bet
like
pot
you could
on
just be check raising into the nuts, like
And the
you know
driver
Zack
was
had
like,
Yeah.
there, and so then you kind of have to take some of those hands
And the
out
driver
of
was
your
like, oh.
check raising range.
Yeah, but I like to bluff when board pairs on the flop more also, you know, like I like to do a raise 3-bet, even 4-bet, you know, like when the board pairs on the flop, it's more unlikely your component is connected with this board.
Yeah,
no.
super hard, right?
Once they said you gotta see it, and then they said it right when I got to see it. I
Yeah,
was like,
no, I mean that is for sure. You can put it
There was
really tough
conversation
spot.
Yeah.
like,
When
oh, travel
yeah,
with
the
the
vast
person, like,
majority of their
oh,
range
send
has
me home,
completely
I'm
missed
going
it.
home, and they,
So ace queen for killing. Finally got a hand, and I got ace 5 offsuit.
so you can fold. I have
Oh,
it.
ace
Sure,
will be
like,
trouble.
But
No ace.
walk before I can reach.
No 5, no queen.
Yeah.
and,
I missed.
but he still
I think
didn't make
killing
the call
bad.
after
I
that,
may
and
okay,
he
check
takes
check.
Another, like,
All my money.
2 minutes.
Ace on the turn, top pair for both.
He took 1 minute, but it felt like a very long.
Killing has to bet.
It was a very long minute.
Either she
for the hand
has
that
it
he
or
had.
And I shoot ace.
It was the second nuts.
should be a smooth call.
So 1/3 on the ace
Yeah.
turn.
It was,
Yeah, it didn't feel good, man. It didn't feel good.
Line up, call.
Worst kicker ever. You just call it and pre for 2 pair.
Oh, ace on the river, running aces.
Oh.
Players with trips. You check it over to Caitlin.
I check for sure. I will never overplay my set there.
And Caitlin going for the small size here.
Then I probably has to pay for it. If I raise, I'm a fish. Am I raising?
Oh, you've got a fistful of black chips here. She has made it a small size, relatively small. I mean, I guess not tiny. It's half
Oh my
pot.
god, I'm such a fish. No, don't do it.
We talked about it Friday again.
Take it back. Just call.
I'll text her.
Just 1 chips out. Call.
So fish click 2.0.
Oh.
Goes for the raise.
Like a beer or a cocktail, whatever that sippy is.
And Caitlin here, I mean,
2 drinks per hour.
yeah.
That's not a good
She
example.
is just gonna make the call. I mean, it kind of to the point now where it's like another raise really just opens it up for you to just jam with all of the best hands.
That might be it. That might be it.
Caitlin is saying again. So at your expense, unfortunately, for you, a pretty nasty run up.
I just lost 1.3k flight ticket money.
Like, honey, I
If they keep winning my money, I may not able to come back.
Well, you're still up 7 at this point, so
Yeah,
good
let's see.
things are still happening.
Yeah, you will never know, you know.
Caitlin now only down 260, so a little bit of revival there after
Okay,
that.
let's see the story here.
Oh, I just didn't think you call anymore.
Moving in the
And I
right
thought maybe you'd do something silly.
Zack still enjoying the massage.
Nice play with you, sir.
Texas Royal Touch, usually on hand here. CH.
Very good to play with you.
Looking to play some cards. Come on down.
No,
hang out with us.
no. Never remember your intro.
Tune up.
I tell all the Chinese people, this women told me $1,000, okay?
Jack turn.
It just threw me like better fucking kicker.
It's better
Man,
after,
you're gonna marry a
like,
white
battle,
woman, I
like,
know it.
good stuff.
Why? Why marry a white woman?
And
Tell.
checks
That was
going
a-
on.
No.
Throw out a little wager.
Yeah.
Get
No,
both sides.
so it's like you feel like I will marry a white woman?
I think you're gonna marry a white woman.
Why?
Oh, they were talking. They feel I will marry a white woman. That's what they were talking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We were talking a lot. They were saying about our bullshit.
It's like the
Yeah. I remember now. We were talking. We were talking like my parents, how they want my girlfriend to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Parents like disown you. Is it a perfect
Yeah, my mom always wants me to marry some Chinese women, you know, like no foreigner, you know, no whatever, just marry some Chinese women. That's what we. So Kaylee was telling me, I think you are marrying a white woman.
Very serious. But I never listened to my parents. Yeah, my mom straight up tell me like for 2 years, you can never get an American girlfriend. No like foreigner
Oh
women,
yeah,
okay?
we were talking there.
And honestly, my mom is racist too. You know, my family was racist. Like, definitely,
racist, yeah.
yeah. So like, no American, only Chinese, no black or white or whatever. Okay? Only
What if you
Chinese.
brought home like a Korean girl?
No,
It is funny. People from
I
different
feel like Vietnamese parents are so
Yeah.
different. Like,
very different opinions.
Yeah.
You know, what they're thinking, or the proper way, or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, you and Eric.
no.
Okay, three at
that's what
king
my
jack
mom
suited.
says, you know, like.
But the three looks good.
Yeah, the ace.
Yeah,
is
so
not the ideal
Maybe she
card,
wasn't racist.
actually,
Maybe she was
but,
just trying to tell you to set your bar lower.
No, I know my mom was definitely
Pick up
racist.
the backdoor.
Like my parents are definitely racist.
So with Chinese, would they prefer
Yeah.
a white man over like
Here, feeling pretty confident that he has the best hand. He's going to bet nearly full pot and just
My
it's
try to
Asian
take this
only,
down.
like,
Does
if they
have
went outside
plenty of
the
equity
Asian
with the up and down
or
straight
outside
draw
the Chinese
as well, but
do
you
they
are going
prefer
to make
another
the
Asian
call.
or-
It's a classic 40, around 60%, 40%. Ooh.
Date a Mexican.
Nailed it.
see,
British guy,
prefer-
I mean,
Oh,
God,
good.
smiling upon you
Yeah.
in some of these hands. Not so much in that one against Caitlin, but backing
I
into
feel like Asian,
the
or of all
nut
the Asian
flush
Chinese people are like very strict.
and lining up a large wager over bet to the pot, 1.4x.
You see how the Asians
And Eric
very,
runs
like,
for the hills pretty
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
I kind of know he.
Hold on.
I kind of know he had pocket threes right there. But my only question was, did he has a like maybe also has a space draw there?
Make it white.
But it's Eric.
My
you know.
mom is like, no other
I don't know
only
what he
Chinese.
can have there.
Yeah.
My sister
He
was
may
like,
have
as long
air
as
or
not-
whatever, you know.
You don't know Chinese. They always.
I think most dads
Yeah,
would
but
be
every
like,
once in a while he might show up with a real hand
"You
and
have nice cans."
pay you off. Especially if he has an inferior flush. That's the dream, of course. The flush
Like
over flush.
in America, like
Yeah.
this topic is very sensitive. You know, you need to be careful about what we see. Like, but that's the
So
truth. you know,
JWin
like, in
pick
China,
up
that's
pocket
what people say.
tens. 50 straddle, raised to
Yeah, I mean, I
150.
went back to China last year. I was saying, China doesn't have racist problem. Why? They're all racist.
Jack 9 suited. I really like Jack 9 suited this hand.
Quick fold on the button from the mighty Hammy with
What
the
he
Jack
had?
9 suited.
Oh,
Jack
I didn't
9.
have Jack 9. Oh, I have ace 3. Okay.
Yeah,
I
no,
thought
it
I had a
was,
Jack 9.
The mighty Hammy on the button
Oh.
there. So cut up, open, and button fold Jack 9 suited. Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of times you're going to at least flat, if not 3-bet that hand.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he doesn't play the stakes that much often, you know. He's kind of trying to play more tight.
Yeah.
So I lead here with ace high, backdoor flush. Pocket 10, feeling safe. Not a believer yet.
Tough for you to continue selling a story at this point.
Yeah.
9-10 just got there, so every once in a while you might lead with a 9-10, but yeah, not picking up any equity. But
Ooh.
the check back and another ace on the river.
Yeah.
Barry Greenstein for in click here.
I'm going to go
Time to get some value with 550 in the middle.
I would bet maybe 400, 425. How much? 5 for 450? 450. I didn't know what he had on there, but if I put him on pocket tens, I probably bet half pot. Maybe like 200, 300.
Yeah, this looks a little bit bluffy, and you're going to get paid
Yeah.
off. So JWin, not a believer. He's like, look, you can have some
When I say I go
funky
large, I
straight
kinda-
draws and flush draws that didn't get there, but like, how do you
Yeah.
ever have
Yeah.
like a really good hand here? And ace 3, you know, just not a hand that he would probably put in like the nearly full pot value bet on the river, which I think is great to mix in some of these
Only
hands,
today, if I
especially
say I go large, I
when you improve
I possibly have.
to
I didn't say
what
I'm going
seems
to-
like
no,
kind of
my
a
block
mediocre
you
hand,
usually have.
but it's like in the hierarchy of all
yeah,
the
but I
hands that
didn't say
exist,
I'm
it's
going to
actually
go
quite
large.
good, right? I mean, top pair is always good, and even if you have no kicker
that's
with
the
it, it's
tell?
like I improved to it on the river. Like I'm the one that has the ace here. Like it's very unlikely that
No,
you
less
do.
than 1500. I
And we
bet
didn't hear about your
13,
2 pairs and all that stuff before, so like going for the big value with those river top pairs like that, I'd love to see it.
I
I'd really
didn't
love to
bet
see it.
15.
Also, the image is very important, you know, like G knows I'm capable to do a lot of stuff. I can bluff there, I can value there, you know. Even he raise me, I can raise it back. So that's why important, you know, if your components knows like you don't bluff with whatever. So you got like your components know you are capable to do a lot of stuff.
For next.
The mighty Hammy here Just
3K
folding the queen 10. We're getting,
Well,
I don't
and the
know
story
what's
goes
happening
on,
on the
okay?
live stream.
So
I
that's my
presume
mom and
that
my
everybody
dad.
else
So
is
it's
just
like
seeing
this.
it running smoothly, but we're getting a little bit of hiccups here on our screen, freezing every once in a while. So we'll have these sort of
So
1
last
second
year when I
pauses
came back,
where
they
things
haven't
happen and then we
heard
move
any
on.
news about any girlfriend for a while. So
Not
my
exactly
mom
sure what that
finally
is.
take a
Probably
step
just need to
down. My mom
restart
could
this
be like,
computer. I'm sure it
okay,
did an
okay,
update or
American
something
is
recently,
fine,
but
okay?
at the end of the day,
Yeah,
didn't quite
American
see
girls
what
and
happened.
Chinese parents.
Yeah.
I think it was just a
They
quick,
will
you know,
give you
raise and
high
take it or
standard
something.
and no.
Suited 7-8.
My mom is
Let's
like
have
very
raise
comfy
it.
women. Like,
I'll post this one. I'll post this. You like this logic?
Eric, though.
Ace King.
And I always love to see battles between these kinds of hands.
7-8.
A raised to 800. No tangle.
Yeah, that is a very large squeeze.
Yeah.
7-8 suited.
Oh.
The like 8x.
Yeah, I mean the only chance he wants me to like push all in or whatever, but how much he has?
Eric, I mean, it looks
Yeah,
to me
yeah.
like he's got like
5K.
5K over there, yeah.
I don't know who Ming Click is, but he's killing it. You, poker monkey, you never know. You never know. This game is not over yet. I came wherever to gamble. Wherever I go, I gamble. But this game is not over yet.
Yeah, we've still got almost 2 hours left in the broadcast.
Yeah.
Plenty of time here for Ming Click to show us the rest of the gamble.
Yeah, you think you are killing the table in the beginning, you may keep killing the, like in the later 1500.
Alright, heads up here in
It's like from here to here.
10-3.
That was like from.
Jay was in the big straddle and Josh was in too.
Like,
So
oh, okay.
clearly just, I guess I see a flop for free. Jay here is going to lead the turn just to see if he can take it down with 10 high. Josh improves the pair of twos and makes the call.
Income, it has to be
290.
JWin does interact with the 10-9, which is then nuts.
The only way Jay can steal this, he has to overbet maybe 500 or 450.
They see you
something
as
like
an
that.
animal and also see your future as
Yeah,
a business.
similar approach to when he played that hand against you, where it's
That
like
was-
just
that
rep
was
a
the
big
thing,
hand
like,
and make
if every
everything
time.
fold.
That's no way. Oh, it's half full.
Yeah, the bet of 250 though also making some sense because you can have something like Ace-7, King-7, where you know you're not really just trying to hammer away with these big overbets. It's like, well, what's going to call me, right? Like if I have a hand like that, I want to get called by a 4. I want to get called by a deuce. So the bet looking more like a value bet.
I remember
Actually, very
last time I played with
effective
Jay.
bluff size as well. So
overbet on the
I think it's good
river.
to have both in your repertoire,
Yeah, you
right?
definitely.
Like get to a spot where it's like, oh, well, I either have a really good hand or nothing.
That was definitely my
That's where you go for the big size. And then other times it's like, well, I'm gonna have a bunch of this middling shit that's just like trying to eke a little bit of value out. Oh, your bluffs better look like those.
Yeah, if that was me, I raise him right off.
Oh, half pot, bitch? No.
Yeah, 250? No, 725.
I love it. You're savage.
It's king for Dr. J. Raise it.
Three bet over.
But normally, if the girl's family, like they're rich,
Oh, that was a raise. Not even 3
they
bet.
will give.
Josh opened to 75. and
Ah,
Dr.
okay.
J 3-bet.
3 bet, okay.
Josh not going anywhere, wants to see a flop. And
Jack 10 off.
Yeah,
finds top pair
Vicious.
here.
you give him like some may even give more.
Have a top pair, but kind of tricky
There are some
at the check
pros,
there.
it's just
Dr. G probably bet it. 200, maybe 350. Depends what he wants. 175.
but it's not. It's definitely not on the opposite.
Yeah.
The girl's family is gonna give no,
Kind of a disconnected board. I mean, there are the clubs out there, but he has the ace of clubs, so
Yeah.
his opponent is either going to have like some piece of this or just like nothing at all.
Yeah. Still, if that was me on the flop, I would raise him right away too.
Okay, with the top pair.
You have to punch hard now. Snap call.
Yeah, these are some very quick calls. I'm sure Dr. J is like, okay. We can also see that's not a queen of clubs. It was the 2 of hearts on the turn. Sometimes we do get the funky interaction between the burn cards and the scanner. So
Yeah, time to give it up. Dr. J, time to give it up. You snap call your turn.
Yeah.
the river is a club. He has the ace of clubs. So if he's going to bluff, this is a good card to have.
There's so many
small.
stupid
That bluff
marriages,
is
like
too
Isha marriage, it's
You
just
got
fucking
it.
business.
Okay.
Yeah,
into
snap call.
1.5
Fucking business.
or
about to
thereabouts.
snap
Yeah,
it.
Josh.
Yeah,
does
Josh
make
made
the
the call. Josh made the call.
Yep.
If you snap call the turn, you either give up there, you have, or you have a massive overbet. On that stand, maybe you just push him all in right away.
Yeah, it's always curious when someone snap calls you because there's always information in everything that your opponents do.
Yeah, sometimes people do that on purpose, you know, like, but that's why it's important is to read people.
I don't know.
But-
I had a read. I had a.
Yeah, I'm not saying like, you know, when you bluff, you always should overbet or like bet the pot or somehow. You also want to have your size as like maybe half pot, maybe like 3/4 or somehow. But you got sometimes you got to know like, you know, when some situation if you know you got to know your component is not folding to a pot size bet. You had to overbet massively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a lot of the times too, the interaction of your range with the hand that you're trying to represent, right? I mean, like the club comes on the end, and he's basically going to say,
You already saw me,
well,
I'm ready to fold.
I have
If
the
I
flush
reverse it,
because I have
Yeah.
the ace of clubs. I'm the only one that can have the nut flush, so like that's the hand I'm going to represent. But like betting
Just means you can't bluff.
whatever it was, 50% pot,
yeah, I
half
mean,
pot,
I'm
like,
clearly telling like someone else, like,
yes, you're
all
sort of
50 is
trying
some
to get
bullshit.
paid by more hands when you do that, but at the same time, like
Yeah,
you have the best
shooting my
possible
finger
hand you
won't
have
go
when
to
you
this way
actually
at
have the
all.
nut flush.
Shooting in
So
my
that's
fi-
where you
my-
see the
you know,
polarizing
like,
bet. People usually bet pot or more.
Yeah.
And your bluffs need to look the same. So, yeah. But it's like you say, you want to have a balance. You want to have different sizes, and so he picked perhaps the size that Josh was happy to see because he's just like, I
Hey,
call.
hey, definitely happy to see that.
you
Yeah.
know, that was a thing like in Family Guy.
Josh also,
So there was a
speaking of
Asia girl,
knowing your
like a
opponents
Chinese
and,
girl.
and all of that, Josh is the guy
boyfriend
that
to his
you
Asia
got to have a
parents.
pretty
So
stiff
the
spine to
conversation
try
was
to
like, you
bluff
know,
because he
oh,
does
hey,
not
this
like
is Ellen, you know, the white guy right there,
Oh.
you know, the Asia parents.
I should
Where
bluff
you
him
go to
more
school?
on that night.
You know, like North, you know,
I think I
North
bluff
Korea,
him more. Let's see.
North
I
Korea,
kind of
never
forgot
heard.
too.
Never heard.
Yeah,
Go
no,
to
I mean
school.
it's always
What do
great
you
when you get one through on Josh
What do you do?
because
I'm
he's liable to
you
look
call
you
me
up pretty late,
consulting.
but
Like,
at the same time,
never heard. What's
you know,
like no real job.
he knows that
Like,
you know
how much
that
you make?
whatever it is.
Like 200,000 a year. Welcome to the
Mind
family.
Really?
Yeah, I think that night we are really
Like,
having
for
a
the
lot of
Asian
fun
parents,
conversation.
You won't have the best. Like if you're married to some Asian,
Harry.
you won't have the best parents-in-law. You know, you're more like.
Ooh, time for a little ace king action of your own.
Seriously?
Yeah, time to raise. Got raise it big.
Yeah, you are out of position here in the straddle. Eric opening the button, of course, he can have
Yes.
a ton of hands. So big, but not too big, because you don't want him to fold out too much of his garbage either. You'd love for him to get a price to continue.
Yeah,
like
375, very reasonable. Ooh,
I feel like
That's for you saying you can't get white women.
Eric is on to you.
Passionate.
Eric's on to you. Lets the ace jack go real easy. Look at that.
about like Asia parents.
also sometimes like I don't like to against Eric. I kind of try to avoid the conflict, but sometimes in the big pot, you know, like Eric is able to do a lot of stuff with air, you know. So you may want, like for example, you know, like you limp in some aces of very strong hand, and it's a straddle one. Like someone is going to squeeze.
Yeah.
So if someone squeeze, Eric will be the one is very likely to like do a large 4-bet.
Okay, re-squeeze or something, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was yesterday. We were playing the 25-50 with Eric together. So I got pocket aces. I was gone plus 2, and it was 100 straddle. So 100 straddle call. I also called. So another guy raised to 600 and fold to Eric, like close to the bottom.
Yeah.
So Eric's 4-bet to 40,
no, like
no,
your
20,
daughter, you know, like,
2400.
All right.
2400.
No,
So I was
how
7,000
much?
behind, so I pushed all in.
Oh yeah, the limp back raise. all
Yeah.
right.
Another guy, so off Eric 4 bet, another guy pushed all in with 3K. He had pocket kings. He fucking lived. That guy also lived.
Wow, you guys had the same idea.
Yeah.
Trapping Eric in there, and he's rolling his eyes like, okay.
Yeah.
You will be welcomed by all the.
So I got aces, I got the whole pot.
Welcome to family.
All right.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to tell me that was one of the coolers, but that was yesterday. or-
That was yesterday.
yeah, okay.
I can't even remember all the 6 coolers today so far. Too many. God bless me.
Ooh, Jay here with the ace-5 suited. Everybody's favorite hand to blast a bunch of chips in there trying to rep aces.
Yeah.
And he'll get the job done.
It's so funny, like I was telling when I play hand right now, you know, I always tell them like, if you play the GTO ace-5 suited, I'm going to teach you a lesson.
5-bet you with ace queen. see what you
Yeah.
can do.
Like 50, 100, 100. He put a
All right,
party
Mighty Hammer now,
on the
as it
straddle.
was originally Mighty Hammy
Yeah, was it?
or something. So
550
perhaps that has
straddle?
been entered
No,
in
200.
incorrectly. He's like, wait, what is this hammy nonsense? Hammer,
Oh.
thank you. I think that did reset his
Crypto money, there's crypto
stats.
money and there's crypto money, you know?
I think he's decent.
Only thing
I
I
think it
know,
was
I
Swift
maybe
Maybe
it's
Mighty.
I fucking crypto
Yeah.
money.
Zero.
Yeah.
He is really trying to play hard.
Oh, yeah.
Min-click 2.0, VP. No, that's AFQ.
Yeah, aggression frequency.
Okay.
Yeah, you in second place
His
for
long hair.
playing the most aggressive style.
It's a beast. Like, fucking like.
Queen Jack.
Oh no, it is Mighty Hammer, but we're just seeing it cut off.
It's
So
probably kind of, yeah.
this whole time, I had not paid attention to. I mean, I guess he's only been here for.
It looks like hammy. For sure, if you don't pay close attention.
He's definitely not
He's not tight.
But then there it is. As soon as you look up, it says Mighty Hammer. So okay, Hammy Hammer.
Okay, deuce. It's on the flop. No one likes it.
Quick check. And there we go. Queen on the turn.
Zack should. Oh, Zack
He plays
checks.
really well, especially for someone who barely.
Yeah, the queen is a pretty good card for his opponent's range, and still deuces would love to just get to showdown. right?
Yeah.
Beat King Jack or something like that.
You play the high stake poker, you win like 1,000, 10,000, 20,000 or somehow.
The Mighty Hammy, the Mighty Hammer
For a year.
will hammer the pot for a little bit of value.
For years.
That's 100 and something, 110, and
Long time.
yeah, the pocket deuces hit the muck pretty quick there. Zack not interested in heroing that off.
Yeah.
Single raise or double
I think we are getting close to a hand when I was battling with Zack. A huge one. Should be like a huge one.
Oh, okay.
I think we got one hand close into that hand now.
Okay. Excitement incoming.
Yeah, just single raise. And I think he's in the big one. Yeah. And it's just Josh and Derek.
Oh, we also had an agreement on that night. The biggest winner will pay for the dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, we had an arrangement for some dinner and drinks after.
Raises in. He calls.
Nice. Yeah, that's always fun.
Bet 10. Paris continues.
Ace-3 offsuit, raise, standard raise.
Fair.
Yeah, in the cutoff, it's a
Yeah.
little bit frisky, but certainly
Yeah.
not too far out of line. Anytime you have an ace and folds to you in late position, you can mix this sort of stuff in. Caitlin is just going to call.
Eric,
rather than
ace
three-bet.
king.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, lovely spot here.
yeah. I'll be snap fold
Essentially
with
looking
that.
for like to bluff it down straight. When he makes
I mean,
that
even
call,
he raised to
that's what I'm saying. Like,
with this hand, even he raised any raise 150. Even he raised. I only call 325. He raised too.
I'm like,
800 here. And Caitlin, of course, sort of doing an internal eye roll as she's like, come on, man, I just want to see some flops. I just want to play some hands.
Yeah.
I've been so card dead. And yeah, pretty clear that you're going to fold this hand. Just a matter of time.
Yeah. I mean, I either 4-bet or just fold. But 800.
I didn't have a drawing hand.
I feel like, I don't know, like that moment.
Everything I don't know.
Yeah, how to get to risk.
I have a slap
Uh.
call you anyway.
Yeah, I can even feel that conversation. Like Caitlyn may be seeing like, Jesus Christ, I just want to see a flop. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. That was awful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, second on the monthly monster.
Mo the cat here says, as much as I think people overplay ace king, okay, that's
No,
a
ace
hot
king,
take.
I mean,
People are way
both the
overplaying
ones he
ace
took
rag
second,
suited.
I
What do
actually
you think? Well, I'll
cashed
let you take a
decent.
crack at that one first.
I went out like
Why?
70th.
Do you think people are overplaying
It
ace
was
rag
like,
suited?
What is it's rag suited?
Like ace wheel, like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, ace 2.
Oh, I mean, depends. You definitely, I would say that's definitely in my bluffing range. You know, like, for example, like if I have that and someone raised to 125 on the game, if I have ace 3 or ace 4 suited, I can 3-bet to 800, just make them fold.
Yeah, so I mean, and that's exactly it too. I think in response to Mo's question there is that overplaying it indicates that you sort of imbue it with some sort of strength. Like I'm raising with the ace 3 suited because I think it's a good hand. No, like you raise with that hand because it has good qualities. It removes an ace from your opponent's range.
Yeah.
If your opponent does happen to have some sort of like big pair like pocket jacks or 10s and calls your bet, you can still hit the top pair that beats them, right? And really puts them in the basement. And then if you're up against ace king, ace queen, or something like that, you can always improve by pairing your 3 or making some sort of straight or flush. So you have lots of opportunities to continue playing the hand without having all of the traditional strengths of like ace king or a good pocket pair. And so it has value, but you're not really thinking of it from that standpoint. That's not why you're betting big. You're betting big hoping to get it a fold, but if you get called, you have some ways to make it decent on later streets.
Yeah, and again, like, when it came to bluff, like for example, your bluff range is like a box. This box is just this big. This box is only can contain like maybe 100, maybe 40 hand. Just for example, 40 hand.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can put your suited ace like into this hand. Maybe next box you will change to something else.
Okay.
You want to show your bluffing hand is kind of balanced, but also keep updated. But regardless, you need to put something in there.
Yeah.
So suited ace is always a hand to like. It's easy to remove your value range, bluff range. Whatever suited ace is a nice one, easy to switch.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and the same question could be posed if you look at what the solver will do with suited kings now, right? And this is something that a lot of people haven't been doing for a long time. It's starting to become more popular where people will start to bluff raise suited king. Take a king 7, a king 6 suited or something like that and 3-bet it. Does that mean that you're overvaluing it or something like that? No, it's just recognizing that it's a good one to put in the box because it satisfies some of the same sort of characteristics. It's got some high card value, removes some of the high cards from your opponent's range, and has some playability on different board textures. So yeah, I think that's really the point of understanding there. Hope that we did answer your question.
Yep.
Zack here with the top pair.
The war is over. Fast, step full.
Yeah, very quickly did we breeze through a bunch of hands because here we are. It's not even 8:30. And we're on hand 61, so I didn't actually pay attention to whether or not we hit hand 50 at the 8 o'clock hour, but we have clearly picked up the pace here since I made that comment about not moving through the hands very quickly.
50 straddle. Let's see this hand. Haven't seen some big one for a while.
Yeah, and we've got the Christmas moment coming up where you play a big one against Zack at some point. So
yeah,
something to look forward to.
George got his jack. Raised to 125.
Like I had pocket.
Caitlyn just releasing the sailboats, the pocket fours on the button there.
Wow. He's kind of short on that one too, right? If he is short stack 44, it's kind of hard to play either.
No, he's quite deep, yeah. And I mean, you're over there in the blind. Ooh, gonna give him the business. Under the gun open and you hit him with the 10-4?
I came to gamble.
Indeed.
But I think that one was wrong. But
Oh.
I still can push him off.
Well, you outflop him as well.
Yeah.
You think you actually have this hand though? Like this isn't a misread?
That's the hand I have.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I mean that one I'm pushing him off.
You know what? I only made a one set.
So he still has a gut shot to the Broadway straight.
Yeah.
A pretty good ace high, so he's going to call you. 6 of spades now on the turn. You were the only player with a spade, and the only player with a pair, but you slow it down with a check here. Josh checks it back.
It was a 6
Need a diamond.
Diamonds.
Not really sure. Yeah, this is a spot for you to get any value, so you do pretty quickly check it over.
Yeah, I think I kind of put him on the queen. I don't play with George that much, you know. Like I don't play with George that much. Like so normally I put someone. If I never met this person and George doesn't play the 5-10-25 with us too often, so I will assume George doesn't bluff that much.
Yep.
You know. So he called my flop on there. He called my pre-flop. He called me on the flop. Okay, I put him. Yeah, I put him on the queen.
Okay. And you're just shutting it down. Not going to give him any more money.
Yeah.
And then you're pleasantly surprised with the fact that he checks down with the ace high and you get to turn over your
I was
10-4.
lucky. Yes.
That's pretty spicy. I will say that. 10-4 offsuit, 3-betting and under the gun opener.
That's in my temporary range. That's temporary box. Yeah.
And it's now back out of the box.
Yeah.
4 pings.
You're not invited to drinks anymore.
Yeah.
Dr. J here is going to open the low jack here, the early position with all the
Some shit
straddles.
like this.
Painting offsuit, standard just call.
Bruce was scared.
Yeah.
And I check it back. And then Kevin check it back too.
So heads up between you
turtle
and
check,
Dr.
check,
J. He'll play
Beautiful flop.
I check.
Open ender for me. And,
Opposite nuts, there was no flush.
and you're going to lead at this, okay?
definitely.
Kevin
Right
bet
away.
5,000.
Snap fold?
Reads to
Oh.
3,000. No, it's
I mean,
back
the
to
ace nine didn't have a ton going for it, but
Yeah.
a couple of backdoor opportunities and ace high value.
Yeah, ace 9, right?
Kevin only have like
Yeah, but at the
17%.
same time, like,
I was like,
yeah.
oh, he
I mean, I could certainly
he was
see.
trying to stack
I have the call one.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, I think the solver certainly would sort of squint at that and be like, oh, yeah, we're going to call. But in game, it's always weird when someone leads at a board that you really haven't hit anything, and you're like, how do I improve this hand, right?
Yeah. If I had the ace 9, 2 spades here, it's kind of this hand. This will be like I battle myself, you know. So if someone raised to like, okay, it's limp, like to like 165, okay, you bet 50. Okay, I will call with ace 9 suited. Just assume if I have that hand. So if the turn was like no ace or no king, if this person bet again, maybe bet like 150 or somehow, I will raise him to 400.
Okay.
He still has opener, so he still have the call, but you got to know, in his mind, he know he is not ahead. He's open-ender straight draw, but he's like, I don't know, like 18%? Like,
well, yeah, with one street to come, I mean, you've got, around 20-25% equity.
Yeah, I just flattened the flop.
yeah, then we just go to the river, which means like most of the time the river is irrelevant or somehow. If, for example, if the river was a space, and like unlike you have the 2 space in your hand. Oh, aces, pocket jacks, we're missing a big one.
Big hand here.
Yeah.
And all in.
All
of
in
course,
for
a
my
snap call.
hammer, not honey.
Yeah, hammer gonna need to find a jackhammer.
No, coming. Sad one. Oh, we're missing this one.
Yeah, kind of a cooler there. So $50 straddle. Mighty Hammer playing the effective stack 3K, so just about 60 big blinds. Not unreasonable to get that all in 3 as small blind versus straddle.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward situation when you have pocket jacks, like we push all in. You always want your component has ace king.
Yep.
You want to do the flip. but
or like pocket tens that somehow just sort of hope that you have the ace king and calls. But
Yeah.
that's fairly rare.
yeah, that's really very rare.
Yeah, so Mighty Hammer gonna get stacked there in a pre-flop sort of cooler confrontation, pocket jacks versus pocket aces, and Mighty Hammer is going to reload. Mo the Cat here says, I guess ace-x suited is not really an issue in low limit 1-3-2-5, the games that I play. I don't really know what you mean by it's not really an issue. Maybe you mean that people aren't playing it as much, so it feels like when you see people playing it more in the higher stakes games that they're overvaluing it, perhaps.
Yeah, probably like 1-3 or 2-5, people don't like use it that much. They probably just fold or kind of just standard play.
Limp and call,
Yes.
right? Because it's like you can still make the nuts, so they see the value of it there, but they don't execute the bluffing nearly as much. And I think that's what goes across the board, right? People don't really bluff very much in those lower stakes games. It's more about like, let me see a flop, and then see how I
Calling
improve
calling
from there.
station, whatever. Yeah. But if you want, when you want to win like
Do you like the holiday?
1,000, 10,000, even even more money, you have to use that stock to against your component.
You have to bluff.
Yeah.
Bluffing is a key aspect of the game.
Yeah.
And you'll always find those people that are like, I don't need to bluff, right?
Oh yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, you can sit there and fold all night long until you get the nuts. And then everyone's going to fold when you start to put a bunch of money in because they know you have the nuts.
Yeah.
And you're going to win your small pots. And you're going to walk out of there with a little win. And you can pat yourself on the back and say, yeah, I profited $300 playing 5, 10, 25. And it's like, okay, good for you. Or you can get in the mix and try to bluff and have a balanced attack. And people are going to have a tough time playing against you instead of being like, oh, this guy's betting, he has the nuts.
Yeah. So we got a hand here. Queen ace suited, reach 150.
Zack is in
Zack
there.
calls with 3 deuce.
Little slick, baby. The dirtiest of diapers.
No respect at all.
Now I play normal, okay? If 3-way, I play normal.
Josh and Min-click both flopping a pair.
If you want to do a 3-way show one thing,
Just that street draw. So you have the top pair here, your first act, and it looks like you're going to come in for a lead.
3-way auto position, most of the time. I go up more aggressive. Raise right away.
Wow, Josh raising the second pair. Very curious play. That's the 10 of clubs.
Well, you saw people don't bluff.
Yeah, the hand that he's using in particular here has qualities more often thought of as a sort of showdown hand that just wants to call rather than raise. Because the larger this pot gets, the worse second pair is going to perform, right? And he's going to continue telling a story, though.
That's a big one.
Go.
I think on that night I basically put George barely bluff, but
there's so many draws, right?
he doesn't. King 10 there.
There's King Jack. There's Jack 9. There's good stuff out there.
Horrible.
I'll do it anytime.
Hit a 2 pair there.
Yeah, the 5 outer coming in for Josh.
Yeah, I definitely pay for that.
I'll just try to talk.
Oh, and you're going to lead this river. This is curious. So the front door clubs miss.
Yeah, because I
Jack
believe
9
he
gets
has a
back.
10 there. I believe I was good.
For me, I'll try to get like another live stream.
All right, so asking Jesse to spread the pot, see that there's somewhere around 2,500 in there, and then pick a size that sort of attacks a 10 here.
I probably bet the pot or overbet it.
And that's likely to get a 10 to fold, though, don't you think?
10 definitely full, but 2 pair? No.
So you're trying, well...
He got 2 pair on the river.
Yeah, I'm just asking, like, the thought process, if you remember, of betting big there. I mean, it feels like you're turning your hand into a bluff.
Yes.
Okay.
That's just horrible. Like when you will had all the ways up, but your component certainly some hit some two pair or set on the river.
Flash check, flash
Like your component can continue the story, and
the reenactment. He's like,
you just like.
God, do you have a straight? I don't know what to do.
But I would say my play was wrong on that one on the river.
Flash check,
I
check.
just on the river I should just like go check the call.
I have tanked.
Yeah. So
If that's too huge, I may even fold.
It's like,
Just like, the more I think, the more I'm going to fold.
yeah, I
Time
know.
check, call.
I can't.
yeah, both you and
Players check,
Josh
live stream.
sort of playing
Josh is
specific
always
hand
like-
combos
It's
in
there's
ways
like Rochambeau going on in my brain.
or maybe a little bit counterintuitive.
It's like,
Sort
no,
of
we should
going
call.
back to what I was saying about Josh there. It's the second pair, right? Really benefiting a lot just from trying to get the showdown, not bloating the pot. And then there on the end, right, the queen as well, sort of very much like a bluff catcher type hand in like a
I
traditional
lose bad on river, always
standpoint,
get two
but
pair.
the creativity of turning it into a bluff there. I think if Josh did just somehow have like
It's like, okay, I know
just a
it's
naked
happening.
king
Is there any
or
situation
maybe
where
even
I
like a
call?
better queen, right? Like you could have put him into a pretty tough spot with that bet for sure.
Yeah, I mean for me like I either we go check. I mean either I go check call, but if I want more value, I'm telling him I have a bluff. So try him make my call there. But
Just because it's measly
that
little
river
straight
pretty
down
wrong.
10.
It kind of remind me one hand, but look at this one. JWin got pocket deuce and pocket 8 and kings.
That's not,
Yeah, Dr. J
not
here.
wrong good on the
Dr. J, aces, now kings, really?
Yeah, and this is like a perfect squeeze setup as well. Eric
Yeah.
raising and then several callers in between, so he can hammer this. And it'll look like he's just sort of pushing everybody around. He could have some sort of ace 10 or
Yeah.
you know, whatever.
That's-
Eric though, quickly calling, and that'll bring JWin along.
Yeah, that's the deal. He was
Josh
saying.
here,
Like,
who has made a tidy
I'm
profit
honest
here.
thing,
You know, I mean,
off.
nobody else is
That's
going to have
actually-
anything
there
in
were
the realm
several
of
players
4-3.
keep
So
trying
if he
to
happens
bluff him,
to
and I
connect
call
with a
with the
board
other
down there,
working
he's the
hand.
only one that's going to have it. So he'll come in,
I would recommend not bluffing.
splash around a little.
It's not a nice one for pocket kings. It's easily now it's beautiful for pocket kings.
I don't know. This is kind of a scary flop to go 4 ways because your opponent's
Yeah, easily
generally
have
gonna
a
have some
jack.
big cards, and this flop has big cards on it.
Let's see. Dr. J,
I was
me.
good on the river. Same. Like also
Yeah, I think a
when
small
same hand
to
lost,
You have to
medium-sized bet
bet.
here, like
I got pocket 10.
800, 600. Yeah, I like
Jack
that a
7,
lot.
but he's 3 bets.
That's a nice bet. You have to bet here, otherwise you are putting
But
yourself
as
in
a
a
flop
very
was
tough
king,
situation.
Jack something.
Yep.
You know, king
I
jack
agree.
rainbow or something. I know he had. I'm very confident he had the
Eric
jack.
now in a tough spot as
So
well.
on the
His
river,
hand
we
really
check
doesn't
on
want
the
to
turn,
fold,
and on the
especially for
river,
his size.
and
But it's
check,
really
he bet
awkward
the
having
fold.
2
He
players
bet four
behind.
for like 4
The good thing that he has
46
going for him, what I was going to say
And
for a
check
call,
raise
is that
to
neither of them represented
14,
anything on the
like
flop
15 solid.
when the original
Tried to make
raisers
him fold the jack.
in the
He
hand
hit 2 pair on the river.
checked, right? Like
hit 2 pair
now
on the
it's up
river.
to
Snap call.
the people that just like called Eric's initial bet and called the 3 bet. Oh, I can have the queen jack suited, like for sure. I'm gonna just like call 2 bets with that. So okay, I can bet and try to
I mean, but,
build this
yeah,
pot
I
or
was
whatever.
confident I'm
When they didn't
confident
do
he
that,
had
Eric
but,
might
like,
have
the river
had an
2
opportunity
pair
to
is so disgusting.
sort of put on the sheriff's
Yeah.
badge, but he did not.
Now it should end it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure Dr. J is actually pretty happy with that in the moment,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah,
You
that was
don't
a
want-
nasty looking flop.
Yeah, especially on the turn like that, if you got raised, if you got raised there, you pretty much have. I mean, if you got raised not too huge, you know, you still have to call.
Yeah.
You still have to call.
But you don't like it.
Yeah, you just don't like it. And on the river, you know what's coming for the river.
Yeah.
And it's tough based on the size your component do, you know.
No.
So JWin folded.
Well, just going through my options, you know, of which folding is one.
For the round to Josh. Okay, suited on the button. Playable. Feeling for the Jack 10 offsuit, pocket 4s.
Yeah, pretty large raise here from Josh.
175. I think it should be 50 straddle. That's why he raised it.
Yeah, that's true. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's basically the standard would be
Oh,
like
you would.
150. So it's just a little bit.
I tried to black ones.
Really good flop with a 10
I'll
inch
be able to do it, but he'd be like,
Eric quickly.
Yeah.
No,
Snap
maybe,
full.
maybe his hand was too strong. He doesn't want to bet.
I think
big.
Josh
I
bet.
thought there were black
as
ones.
well.
Yeah. So if you think it was big, it's gonna be.
my worst misclick was that.
All right, so hand number
I
67 as we
I had
are
a mysterious
approaching the 9
The
o'clock hour.
pot was
Now you see, up 5K now.
300.
Who is taking my flat money? They won't keep me in America by taking all my money.
Oh no, you're gonna have to cancel the flight,
Yeah.
refund.
I thought it was shuffling blacks.
So upset about that.
Oh,
Because the chips in prime music is like, they're all different colors.
But I had a very good chance of winning that hand. I had a.
I would have done it.
See,
I had a.
see,
I mean,
see.
draw and a flush draw.
Yeah,
Given someone a rebate.
I first time to do commentary. I think it's very fun so far.
yeah, no, I'm having a great time having you here. So,
Yeah,
yeah, I would love to do this again with you before you take off.
yeah.
So we'll have to make that happen.
What?
All right, so Kilo Bomb Pot here.
Okay, clubs on the top and street and flush here. on the bottom. On this kind of board, you know what you do. If you are not connected, just fold right away.
Yeah, and like 2 pairs and stuff like that.
No good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're drawing real thin.
Two pair,
I know, right?
two pair fold right
That's
away.
what I'm saying.
If you have a set, if you have a top set, maybe you still can hang around. At least it's in the turn for sure.
Yeah.
The game we practice all the time.
Mighty Hammer here with top pair and nut flush draw on top, also flopping the wheel on bottom, so pretty strong holding. Eric, though, has flopped the 6 high straights. And,
Better
pardon me,
straight.
not straight on bottom.
Yeah.
But rather than, pot it and really bloat this pot, he is just going to check and call on the flop, which I think is prudent. Again, going back to what we were talking about before, it's like you can pile a bunch of chips in there with the nuts on the flop, and by the river, you don't have the nuts
Yeah.
anymore. So maybe not the greatest idea.
Yeah, especially when you have a street in a bomb pots. I mean, if you both have the same nuts,
Yeah.
it will be the street. And when you have a street, like you easily get someone gets a nut street or something. I think Eric should be folding on this one.
650 from Dr.
Oh,
Yeah, Eric here going
he has a
to,
nut street there, but it's a 4-way, four-way. You either raise it or just fold it here.
well, so, and Eric actually doesn't have the nut straight anymore, right? 6-8 is now actually the nut
Oh,
straight.
yes.
I mean, it's sort of difficult
Oh,
to
the
think
7,
about your
yeah.
opponents having a 6-8 somehow. There's a 6 on the other board. You have a 6. Like, how are they going to have a 6-8 unless they had 6-3-8? So, understandable for Eric to call once more, but there's still the heart flush draw there. Like, there's a lot of rivers that you're not going to love. Board pairing or a heart. But he does make the call. Mighty Hammer, of course, not going to include the top 2 pair to go along with the nut flush draw on top. So a whole lot of equity on the top board, not much on the bottom.
Yeah, but
Eric
1%,
didn't like the call at
1%
all. You can see it on his face.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on who's in the back.
Oh.
It's not necessarily
top for
1%.
Mighty
It's
Hammer.
1%
hates it.
of whatever your
Yeah,
equity
Dr.
is.
J improves to just the
So if he
9
buys
high
$100
flush.
worth of tickets,
But if we
Oh,
can
like,
get
are
to
you sure
showdown, if
you
Dr.
guys
J
want
can
to
just
go?
have it check to him, does Josh ever just stop
Oh,
betting? No.
Josh betting.
you were not
Josh is
part of the
betting the queen high flush here, which
Yes.
is no good.
Think he is good.
Trust each other.
And on bottom, he's got the 3-5 or the 7 high straight. So he does have the 7 high straight on bottom.
I think I do.
So
mine.
he feels like he's got a hand good enough to
I'm
go
fine
for
with
value.
I was gonna do a lot less, but then
Dr. J may not feel. Yeah, Dr. J has to
Actually,
let
now it's
flush.
like-
Oh, sorry, Josh has the 8 high flush on bottom.
Yeah, yeah. No, it has street on the bottom.
Ah, flush. The hearts came
A
in.
flush? Oh,
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah, I saw the straight as well, but no.
Chop it.
What you need is to throw this
Chop it, chop it.
Okay, but Eric did get away from it at the end, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course.
It's so funny, like Eric flopped the nuts and he's a turn, he's a river. I mean hate, you know, not got the turn. See the turn, see the river, Eric.
Dude, that's why I just fold this shit. On
Yeah,
the board,
yeah.
man.
But-
folding the nuts, it sucks, but it's like, what are
Yeah.
you gonna do? Because you got nothing on the other board. You just
Yeah,
gotta go.
Eric was lucky he didn't bet on the turn, you know. If someone bet on the turn, not bet the pot, but like maybe bet it's a 4-way. If someone bet a half pot on the turn, Eric will have probably no choice, still have call it with the 7 of diamonds here. Then on the river, I mean, you got a lot of bad language.
A lot of bad language.
Yeah.
He scooped me. And like everyone
I'm
looked,
sure there's a
yeah, I
little
got
bit of
both.
bad
That
language,
one, it was
at least
only,
internally,
it was Wesley.
for Mighty Hammer as well, because he folded the 9 high flush, which
Oh.
would have defeated Josh's 8 high flush.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, can't believe it. Or maybe it wasn't Mighty Hammer. Whoever it was.
I think
because
it was
Hammer ended
Matt.
up with the top board. He had the nut flush on the top, so it was someone else that folded. Maybe Dr. J. or
Oh,
somebody.
Dr. J.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 9 high flush, you know, never. It's not like never good, but it's a 4-way there. You know, 9 high flush, you don't feel secure at all.
Yeah, and it was a front door. If
Yeah.
it was 9 high backdoor flush, you'd probably
Yeah.
be like, yeah, I might be the only one with this flush. But
Yeah. Oh, okay. JWin got the aces here. Eric called 50. George got suited connector. Zack got ace-7.
Josh actually with the best hand to crack aces with, the 6-5 suited.
And okay, ace will be trouble, but 5-6 looks good.
Ace
Ace,
five.
there is an ace.
But with the other Broadway cards out there, Zack
Yeah,
with
they save some money.
the ace-7, I mean, he certainly is going to have to see a turn card.
And if the turn is a diamond, it can be more impressive for Zack.
Yeah, Zack really doesn't want to see a 7. That
Yeah.
would be real trouble.
7 be horrible. But Zack is a good player. He knows how to fold.
And he's just going
He fold right away. See?
Wow.
What a fold.
Zack
Attaboy.
reading
Attaboy.
souls. I mean, that's just like a slam
Players
dunk.
check,
You
slide
got to
straight.
peel one off.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a scary board, but maybe he just feels like Jay is just never going to bet like a king-queen there. He's just never going to bet a hand that he beats.
Zack plays good.
Yeah.
All right, that's why Zack can fold his 2-pair to me, okay? Pay for it.
Sometimes Zack is too good.
Yeah, you're too good. You fold your 2-pair to me. You save your money from the set of aces, but you pay your money to me.
Oh, that's great.
Now I'm up only 5K now. I was up like 10K or somehow. I think.
Yeah, not quite. I think
Yeah,
he
like
peaked
9
at like,
K, 8
yeah,
or
8,
9.
yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So
it's a
ace
three.
9 off.
It's still okay if you want the.
Very fishy standard call.
It's like nobody at the table will complain if you want to put in more money before you put in your cards.
There's no
Eric
rule
4-3.
against
Okay, so ace 9
even like
queen
somebody after.
10.
Or the third blind.
Yeah, a bunch of
Bad
pretty
roll.
raggy cards going in the bin.
Battle with George. Time to take some chips back after he wins a big one from me.
Downtown. Downtown.
Let's see a 2-pair or 2-pair, okay? Oh, it is. Damn.
No, the third blind maybe.
Playing this one a little tricky trappy. I like it when you have a top pair with a middling kicker.
Yeah.
Going for the check rather than try to bet and get 3 streaks of value. I do like that a lot.
There really a rule?
Now, I was hoping he can catch a king, but
If Caitlin
Does
puts
have a
2,
gut shot and a relatively small bet here, but
may calls it.
you're the big blind. The stakes is too high.
Oh, no value for me?
yeah, I mean, when he knows that he has to hit exactly a jack and the jack of hearts may be no good for him, it's just kind of like, let's just get out of here now.
Put more money in a pot blind.
Reasonable, but no more value for you.
Yeah.
I've already seen small blind strata.
Sometimes I feel like I saw one hand
Any that wasn't you.
from Phil Ivy with someone else. It was a big pot.
Blind strata.
People was asking him like, "Why you bluffing?" And Phil Ivy said like, can't help it. I just love that. Yeah, I just love that. Why you bluff that pot? Can't help it.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. That's where I was.
Yeah.
What I wanted.
In my head, I was
we did it.
considering, it's like,
50 straddle. Got a6 offsuit.
just because you're nearing the back half of your six-pack.
I want to win the lottery too. The only reason I'm doing commentary today because I missed my $2 billion.
Yeah, dude, me too.
Yeah.
Bogus. Thought we were gonna get it.
Yeah, so close. Someone from California, I heard.
Yeah.
Damn.
Living life, man. 2 billion.
Yeah. I mean, we were doing 1% free roll. I was doing with Jay, Zack, and Eric. So whoever wins it, we just give each other 1% free roll. No one hates it.
Yeah. All right, 10-8-7. Dr. J makes bottom pair here, which is the best hand. You have a gut shot on the bottom end, so you're going to bet 150. Dr. J makes the call, and bingo. Gutter comes in. You are on the bottom end of this, but you do have the straight. Check it over. Dr. J not loving this, but...
But he has an open ender also.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean, because the 7's on board. I mean, he's playing the
Yeah.
the 4 cards to a straight on the board effectively, along with the bottom pair here. Gonna try to get you to fold a 10 or an 8 here with a bet of 450, but of course you're not going anywhere.
Just a
with
small
straight.
call. Small call it. Out of position. So let's see the river. So actually really depends what's the river. River is a queen.
Does bring in the backdoor diamonds, and Dr. J has the 7 of diamonds.
I check it.
Oh yeah, he's shutting it down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like bet small on the river, but
Lead Ming.
You give him a lot of leeway.
oh, I just heard G was in the dunk lead Ming.
Donk lead?
yeah.
Okay, good
Dunk
one.
lead Ming.
Where's your value, man?
Yeah, I mean, when I just know Jay like
Toss a man some cards.
long, like 6 months ago, like Jay was telling me like you dunk a lot.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say from the times that I've seen you play on the live stream here,
Uh-huh.
you certainly donk lead at a higher frequency than pretty much anyone else. Yeah,
Let's get
which
a Powerball today on this table.
you know,
okay?
it's a
Okay?
very different play. People don't
Wow,
see
it's
that a
got a
lot, so
Powerball.
it can
I mean, never
sort of be
beat
like
any
jarring.
fucking
You're like, wait,
Frampton
what do I do with this? You know?
I play it
So,
too,
yeah,
but okay.
keeping people on their toes.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like my style, but I don't dunk lead that much now. I kind of like change like often,
at
but
least we can
I
go
mean,
to
in the
house
past
and
few,
play,
like,
kind of
I would
try
say
the
like
higher one. I'm
from
not seeing the smooth
maybe
one.
like April, this year, April, until like September,
But we
I
can
was
upgrade
dunk
our
lead a
bankroll
lot.
and be higher.
Okay, even more than now. Okay.
Yeah.
But that was funnier whale at any snakes.
So Jack 7 suited for Eric. Backdoor flush, but 4%, let's ignore it. Queen Jack. Queen had here.
Can't do that with less than
Wow,
3 chips.
Josh making the call with just the 2 over cards here.
Josh hates whatever he wants.
I'll try to bluff.
You know, the river 2 pair get max value for me, now hit another queen.
It's better, you know. One
And
baby,
Eric, though, going full
1%.
pot.
Yes.
This is going to be
Can't let you bluff me.
quick call from Josh.
Regardless,
And
you know,
a very interesting spot here on the river. Does Eric go for it? Oh, he's going to get the tiniest bit of showdown.
Eric.
But also doesn't improve.
Reaching for a red.
And if you're a dude,
It's the same. That 7 or not could be the same for
I'm happy
Eric.
with the one. I'm not greedy.
Yeah, the tricky thing is that if your opponent ever had something like ace 10 with the ace of
I
hearts,
can
like
let-
you can
What?
keep that now, you don't
No,
know
what?
in the middle of things. Just never folding.
Josh.
Ugh.
Tricky check.
So in other words, if you
Well,
Not a
yeah,
tricky check, not
yeah,
a tricky check, but yeah, he checked.
He's got a bluff catcher and a bluff catcher only.
Yeah. Give up.
What's that math?
Eric, give up.
It's gonna be
Yeah, I think he will.
I might have to take a little bit like Josh. No,
A man that's about to angrily or sort of forcefully check behind.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you know, like in those like 1 minute in Eric's hand, in his head will be like thinking, do they really hit a queen on the turn? Is he really just hit a queen on the turn?
There it
Okay, I
is.
checked.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slap the table check.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming. And Josh would be like, yeah, I floated you with queen jack, no heart, and got there. Get wrecked.
super reasonable.
So Josh will
We
move
have
up
similar
over
numbers to
10K, solidify his stance at the top of the leaderboard up
No, I think it was
7.7
like-
at the moment. You're still up over 6K, so
You
looking
never
good.
know. It's not over yet.
Uh-oh, some foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's still this mythical hand between you and Zack that we're looking forward to seeing.
Oh yeah. That's an interesting hand.
Gamble, but
It won't be this one, as Zack folds from up front.
If it's 50-50, you're like, shit. A lot of us are gamblers here.
JWin's not a believer in the 10-4 off.
Yeah.
He didn't put that one in his box yet. I do think I love it when I see JWin get a little bit out of line. He tends to do it with the low suited cards, like 4-6 and 4-3, like sort of suited, where he'll mix in some cheeky.
snap call. Snap
I
call.
always get a kick out of that because most of the time.
I'm
you're
gonna get
just
$1 billion.
sticking to the
I'll find.
script, you know?
I'll find her.
Oh, I got aces.
I'll buy a few souls.
Okay, the hammer raised to 205. As 3 bet 575. Snap 4. What he had? Ace 8?
I'll get the best soulmate my money can buy.
Ah.
Starting to worry you don't have sex unless
That's unbelievable.
Wow, man, 2 black aces. What a gorgeous hand.
Yeah. I mean, it happens, you know, like when you have aces or kings, you play totally fine. You know, regardless, whatever you try to play, you play totally fine, but your component just doesn't have anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while, you get that setup where they have kings over there, and you're watching them bravely, and you're like,
Yeah.
Right home.
And you got cooler right away.
yeah, no, that's oftentimes how it goes. You get very excited for a brief moment, all the chips go in, and then there's a king right in the window, and you're like, oh, yes, that's right, I could still lose this hand.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like I'm getting a lot of cooler in the past few weeks.
Welcome to the club, my friend.
I mean, really, this club is like 6 cooler in 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy, and this has happened to me several times, where I just take a couple and okay, I'll see you guys later. I'm going to shut this one down.
Yeah. I really had in my mind, it's like, okay, if poker is throwing me to the bottom, let's see how bottom or how low he can throw me. Let's go, okay?
Yeah.
3 coolers, okay, 4, 5, 6. Shit.
And then you had to come over here, right? So
Yeah.
you're like, all right, I guess I have to pull the ripcord.
Yeah.
Not because I don't want to see the 7th one, but because I got to go. Some commentary.
Yeah.
Eric, you're going to take this one down.
It's 10 off.
It's live stream. Queen. That's a, you know, good hand to float with.
Never looked back. Big Tony was there.
So Josh up 7.4.
Floated with my queen last time and I had.
Up 6.7.
That money time, boy.
Pretty good night here for Josh, that is for sure.
Yeah.
A couple of spots where he has sort of floated with some funky over cards, and bingo,
Yeah.
got there.
He run good on that night, you can tell.
$5 straddle. Oh crap! I got re-straddled.
Or pocket queen for JWin.
Yeah, that's a pretty hand.
You also don't want, even aiming is pocket queens, you also don't want to overplay your pocket queens. You still need to be careful. I mean, it's like the hand at pocket kings, you know, like almost 100% you can push all in pre-flop. Almost. Very rare situation, you may fold. Very, very rare. But pocket queens is a different story.
Yeah.
Eric makes a call with 6-5 off.
Yeah, I would say that the one benefit, or it can sometimes be a detriment, of having pocket queens pre-flop and getting yourself sort of deep into a crazy spot. I'll come back to that thought here in a moment.
Yeah.
As we go check, check, JWin going to check back, and that's a brilliant card for him on the turn.
Yes.
Eric here not willing to start betting his gut shot.
Only a gutter. J probably goes to check also. Yeah, check, check. No. Nothing for Eric. That's it.
Eric has one of the worst hands he's ever going to show up here with, but he also
Jay will bet.
feels like Jay would have bet by now if he was bluffing.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, he has something, and I'm just never going to get him to fold it. So yeah, bet and a win there for JWin. So what I was going to say is that when you have queens, it's easier to convince yourself that your opponent has ace king.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, I don't block aces or kings, or I don't block ace king at all because I don't have an ace or a king. So then it's easier, at least in my mind, to be like, no, he probably has ace king here. Like a lot of the time when they like 4-bet you.
Yeah.
Whereas when you have pocket kings and somebody 4-bets you, you're like, wait a minute, like they're gonna have like ace-5 suited, and maybe feeling cheeky like you did earlier and have ace-queen off or something, right?
Yeah.
But like, they might just have aces, because like, fuck me, I blocked the shit out of ace-king.
Yeah.
And it can, you know, the hairs on the back of your neck can sort of get a little bit raised. For me, anyways, more when I start to face this like really strong aggression and I have kings versus queens.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like simple the mathematical like equity, you know it, you know. Like your component can have another 4 combination of aces, another 4 combination of kings. Ace king should be like 16.
Yeah.
But 50% more. You know, it's a huge difference. And the best situation your component has ace king, and depends on the person. You know, you don't always, when you have queens, you don't always are lucky to get bluffed by some ace-5 or, you know, ace whatever suited, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if they do, like even if somebody does just like stick it in with ace-5 suited and you're like, hot, call with my queens.
Yeah.
You can always hit an ace. They got 30%.
Yeah, 30%. They're bloody ace.
Oh, man. What a game. What a game we play.
See this hand, Jack is off.
Josh had to show you the double down. 7-4.
I remember I was playing on TCH live stream maybe like last December or early this year.
Okay.
I had a jack deuce off and I hit a straight. Someone flop a set of sevens, and
You made a straight with the jack?
Jack,
Okay, okay.
yeah. I pushed him all in on the river and got paid off. And I was a fish, you know. I didn't play good. I only played some 2-5 on TCH only here. And I thought, oh, Jack deuce is good. I'm going to play more Jack deuce. The fuck, I paid so much. That's that classic fish move, you know, like.
You find a hand that wins one time, and
Yeah.
you should keep playing it. Yeah. Well, you'd fit right in up in Dallas because the Choctaw Nuts is the Choctaw casino up there. And apparently the Choctaw Nuts, for whatever reason, is Jack Deuce. So you know, you became a believer in the Choctaw Nuts for a brief time. I'm glad you've unlearned your ways.
You know what? Like when I mentioned it earlier, I wasn't trying to needle you. I wish I could get.
That was also one hand I was playing last week with the pocket queens, which I learned my lesson also.
Did you overplay them?
I can fold there, but it's not an overplay, but I can fold. But if I call, you can't blame me too much on that one.
Yeah.
So the hand was like, I have pocket queens, someone, it was, pocket queens! Let's see the pocket queens first, okay? Let's see, raise 75 standard. Zack, aces. Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
Bloody
Okay.
hell, it is.
Well, I'm still very curious to hear how you played the queens the other time, but here we are.
Yes, let's see this one. So got raised to 250. Very happy to see that.
Yeah, and this is Zack too. This is Zack on the button, so it feels like queens are just, you know, amazing.
Regardless, you know, it's beautiful. You like it, so 4-bet for sure. And I should 4-bet larger.
Poker Monkey here in the chat says, I thought Choctaw Nuts was Jack 4. Nope, definitely Jack Deuce. Jack 4 is the Robbie hand.
Yeah, the Robbie
I'm
hand.
like, God, I want to let him catch
I
up.
play a lot of Jack 4 too. Win for you.
All right, so you do go for the 4-bet to 650, and Zack is loving life right now.
Yeah, the size is a little bigger, but that's the size. Like I don't think Zack has aces or kings. Ace queen, ace king. Okay, let's go. But re-raise, 5-bet.
Re-raise, yeah. Whenever you get into 5-bet territory, it's really alarm bells going off.
Yeah.
Here we go. 1700 is the raise.
That's the point. Like when you are deep stack, you are facing a 5-bet like this. You need to know what your component's 5-bet range. In Zack's 5-bet range, like in my understanding, there's no bluff. Ace king offsuit. Ace king suited is the worst he can 5-bet with.
House party.
You don't even need to see the river.
Yeah,
But
the ace-5 suited gonna be tough for someone to pull the trigger with.
Yeah, so and flop an ace.
Fortunate flop for you to lose less money in that this is like his range just smashes this, right?
Yes, but keep looking.
Oh no! Oh no! Keep looking.
I came to gamble.
Oh.
I always try to get whatever. I try to play good, but I also gamble.
Indeed, and here comes that the patented Ming donk lead. Bet 1.1K and Zack on top set.
Zack loving
and a
life.
hammer lock on the hand as there are not enough queens left in the deck for
Oh
you.
yeah, he flopped me dead.
Yeah, I mean,
He
it
flopped
should
me
be possible
dead.
for you to go runner, queen, but we know that someone folded a queen.
Yeah.
So that's why it's showing the equities here.
I can only win a round queen quads.
Yeah.
One queen not enough. Zack loving life.
Yeah, he just makes the call here in position. He is like, please, sweet baby Jesus, have ace king, and just never fold.
Yeah, now Zack is praising to God, Jesus Christ, please let him have ace jack.
You do check it over now. Stack
Yeah.
to pot ratio well under 1.
That's
yeah,
a very good check.
Yeah, there's no reason to bet now. Just give you every opportunity in the world to think that your hand might be best on the river. Now queens and deuces. But still with a hand that would just love to turn itself over and win somehow.
Yeah, the table is
Ever
quiet
possible.
now. No one talking on this hand.
So once again, sort of betting in a spot where unlikely you'll get a worse hand to call and a better hand to fold, perhaps. But
Yeah, I would say first this play on the river is 100% wrong. I mean, this hand I made a lot of made. The river is 100% wrong. On the flop this can be optional, but
yeah, it looks like 1800 here.
yes.
A little tickle of the pot, and Zack here wants to see the rest.
Yeah, basically my only idea there is like I don't believe Zack has ace. But
Yeah, 1800. I'm not sure Zack folds kings.
yeah.
Right. I mean, the way that this has been played, it's possible that Zack could have kings. And yeah, he's gonna punch it here.
All 4K. All in 4K.
2.2K more to call. You're getting an amazing price, but at the same time, who goes all in here with something that loses to queens, right?
Yeah.
So when the 2.2, if the 2.2 goes in, takes the pot up to 13.6. So you only need to be right like 1 in 6.5 times. But
Honestly,
honestly,
I don't even want to watch it right now. It feels so much pain, man.
I understand.
Yeah.
I feel
But-
that pain.
Yeah, but this hand, since the beginning, you have to know like your component 5-bet range, like only ace king suited. So ace king suited, you lose.
Yeah.
Kings or aces, you still lose.
And even if the ace-5 somehow
Yeah,
managed to
you
get in
still
there, and he
lose.
still punches it in all in on the end, you still lose to that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my story was like kind of like completely wrong. On the
Okay.
flop, I'm trying to tell him like I have a better ace. Better ace, okay, on the turn or on the river, but I mean, so I bet on the flop only because if I can continue my story on the turn or the river. So I bet on the turn. I have queens, yeah, but I can continue my story there. But the first mistake is called a 5-bet with a queens there. I mean, I can call, I can fold there, but like I call there, it's no big problem. But like the river bet is 100% wrong.
Yeah.
The river bet is 100% wrong. What you are beating? You are beating nothing.
So bad.
Yeah.
And you are
This
not
hand always make me lose the biggest pot.
like you are only hoping your component doesn't have an ace and bluffing you with like pocket jacks. Pocket jacks you lose.
Yeah.
Pocket 10, you are only beating basically you are only beating air right now.
Yeah, and very unlikely that he's going to 5-bet air, right? It has to have some high card value.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like even your wildest, craziest players don't go 5-betting with just random stuff like 9-8 suited or something, right? Like
Yeah.
that just doesn't happen.
That's a 100% wrong, and it's if I call there, it would be like 14K pot. Yeah, oh, too much pain. I don't even want to look at that. My chips, my money.
Yeah, you are still thinking this one through, trying to find a way to convince yourself, I suppose.
Yeah,
that you
at this
have a hand that you beat.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment, like all like in your head, sometimes you just want to call and see it.
Yeah, because it's like
Yeah.
if I'm ever bluffed here, it would just be the worst experience ever.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and that's where our mind tends to go. Is like I don't want to be bluffed here. It's $2,000. Like the pot is over 10K. How could I possibly allow myself to get bluffed here? And yet at the same time, the flip side of it is what reality is. Is like you never win. Like you always lose, and you could preserve that last 2K if you could just convince yourself to fold.
Yeah.
But it is tough. It's tough, man. Poker is a tough game.
Whoever is watching on this video, I just want to tell everyone that's a horrible, horrible play to overplay your ace queen. It's not even overplay. It's just stupid play. So.
Well. We've all been there,
Yeah.
and it's tough to be in the seat, in the moment, facing all of the bets. And, you know, we do the best we can in the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, you
I
do
pay him.
make the call.
Aces full.
And Zack will turn over the aces, get
Yeah.
the full dub.
That's why Zack. Yeah, Zack definitely been huge from that one.
All right, Zack
Yeah.
did get paid huge. I imagine, at least as of this moment, he's the one buying dinner.
Yeah, and like this moment, yes.
Yeah. All right, so Ming going to step out, use the restroom, and I will hold down the fort here for a moment. And we'll get back into the action here as Zack stacks up the massive piles of chips that he has just accumulated there.
Alright,
With
we'll do the
the
101 time
pocket aces going up against the pocket queens of our good friend Ming here. JWin bang on
putting together
what
a
he
winning
bought in
session
for,
against this crew.
if these numbers are to be believed. So
Cleaned it all off in the last hour.
always interesting. You play for 3.5 hours,
All my
over 3
queens
hours.
recently. Kings,
Right where you started.
aces, whatever.
A hell of a lot better than getting stuck, though, that's for sure. Dr. J hasn't been involved too much here recently. He's going to open the 8-7 suited on the $100 big blind. Whole bunch of napkins going by the wayside. And Click has a blackjack hand, but he will not play. Josh, though, will defend his babies with the 8-7 off, and will go heads up to the flop. Dr. J in position with the betting lead.
Oh,
As the
most likely
dominating
have deuce.
hand. Either player connects. And Dr. J with a couple of backdoor opportunities. Pretty disconnected board. Going to be tough for his opponent to continue. A lot of holding, so he'll just go ahead and bet. But Josh says no. I have ace high. You suck. 4 of clubs here on the turn. Both players picking up gut shots. checks it over. Dr. J here can improve to the nuts with a 6, but he's going to shut it down. He's like, no, whatever you got over there is just probably not folding. Josh will river the wheel and come out betting to the tune of 700. Croc Doc wants to know, is that Yoda down there with the Vikings guy? Yes, indeed. Josh has a little Yoda card protector. And Josh will turn over the winning hand as he rakes the pot.
Nothing can do.
So, yeah, no, right there. And yeah, Josh here running pretty good, especially on the runouts. Not necessarily flopping particularly good, but a very stubborn man. Hold on one second, gonna let Ming back in.
I mean, what do you call big? From like the Oaks point of view? Back when we played there.
And yeah, but just having some very favorable runouts and getting paid here. Well played and good running here for Josh. Perhaps the little Yoda figurine bringing him good fortune.
Well, he always brought that one with him, that Yoda.
I'm more used to playing against you with 1,000 or 2,000.
All right, Eric here going to open it up on the button, ace-9 suited. JWin not going to get frisky.
All the min clicks.
Yeah, Mighty Hammer here.
Oh, that was one of my favorite hands I ever
click,
had.
you got yourself King Jack.
And I was right, but I was scared shitless because of the ace.
We don't want to see any hearts, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, no heart, please. Jesus Christ.
I've been clicked you
9 high board, pretty juicy here for Eric.
I mean, I have absolutely nothing to do with that board at all. I either bluff with king high.
No queens, no king jack.
Or, you know, steal a little bit of good fortune off of the Yoda and just float with the 2 overcards like Josh has been doing and maybe top pair on the turn.
That works on George. That works on George for sure.
You let it go and Eric will drag the top pair. And number 80 incoming. So we went through a quick rush of hands and then it sort of slowed down again. I was wondering if we were going to get to hand 100. But with 40 minutes to go, it's going to be close, but I don't quite think we'll get there. What do you think?
I think we will make it.
Okay.
I think we will make it.
I definitely.
Now I'm already down. Yeah, I'm down 240 now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, from up 9K to down for 240.
Some big swings in big games.
Sure.
Especially running queens into aces. That's always a recipe for a swing.
Okay, now for JWin. Pocket queen for me, a bloody again.
Oh yeah, we still need the other story about the pocket queens as well.
Oh yeah, not this one, but another one. Yeah.
All right, so you are facing this race at 250. And
yeah, let's rebet that stuff.
For the raise, 580. Very small raise, so min click indeed.
Yes, a bot.
True to form.
Pocket 9 is not folding for sure.
Yeah, you certainly can't fold, but
yeah. But
min click is always sort of you squint at it a little bit. You're like, what do you got over there? Because he piles it on you.
Yes.
He says you only have 2K, so let's get it all in. You snap call. Here we go.
I had ace-7 hearts.
Queen on the window.
No hearts.
Yeah, queen in the window.
I don't need that queen regardless. But it's an open-ender, let's see. It's a bloody open-ender. When you flop top set.
King or an 8. Oh,
it's good.
No king, no 8.
Yeah, I mean, on that bet, like, I don't want to scare your components away, you know, like, especially on short stack. If you bet, like, 6, it's more about, like, how you read your components. Like, 250, like, in my judgment, if I raise any beyond 650 or somewhere, J is going to fold. Because I go there, like, J knows it will be a flip or somehow. He has no good, but you bet slightly larger and you are on the short stack, you kind of short there. So it's kind of like telling your component, come on, push me all in, push me all in. You can't bully me right now, you know, you can. That's your chance.
The illusion of fold equity is there when you bet so small, right?
Yes. And we got a double up from J.
Yeah. Yeah, good spot there for you. Tough spot for Jay.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like it's button versus blind. You know your opponent is capable of putting some bluffs in there. So
Yeah.
pocket nines just a little bit too far from the range, says Jay. Let's rip it.
Yeah, Jay paid for it for sure. I mean, Jay organized the game and was for my going away stream, so he better pay for it. He said for me, my going away stream, and he better pay for it.
All right, there we go. Well,
Yeah.
you got a little piece of him right there.
Yeah. I remember I also had another nice hand with Jay, a very interesting one.
In this stream, like later
on
on
this stream, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Very
coming.
good.
Yeah, also about another queen I played, it was 50, 100, 100, but 200 straddle kind of often.
Okay.
So I got pocket queen, someone raised, I just make sure, someone raised to 250, I 3-bet to 650 or 600.
Okay.
And got a call. He 4-bet me to like 2,000, around like 2300.
And is this just a random opponent, or is this?
Random opponent. I never
Okay,
played with him before.
Yep.
So I call, and the next one also calls. Turns out the flop of 8, 9, 3, 2 space.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I have pocket queens, and I bet 4,000. Another one called, and he jams, and we just 3-way all in. So he had pocket kings, I have pocket queens. Another guy hit a set.
I know, I get to sit every, that's less than $100 a card.
Yeah, it was 65,000 pot.
Damn.
Yeah, and the turn was a jack. So 8, 9, 3. The turn was a jack. I have pocket queens.
Okay.
Either queen or 10. I can win the pot. But the river was a king, so it was a set over set.
Set over set. Okay. Damn. And you're like, come on, man.
Definitely some huge block.
Massive. All right. 10 high flop. Check
Gosh.
all the bet of 250, and now Josh leading this turn.
He's 5. He's not folding.
Yeah, no, not folding, and certainly considering
Yeah.
all of the options surrounding the raises, because he's got the effective nuts here.
Yeah, it's time to raise it a little bit. I mean, it's time to raise right now. It's just about how much. I would say maybe like 1,200.
Yeah, his opponent has bet half pot here, so this was into about 1K. So he doesn't want to go too big, half pot, so a medium size, sort of usually indicates a medium
So
size raise.
1.4, a little too big. I think George can find a fold there. A little too much.
I like this size, honestly. I do think that Josh is going to find the fold here, but at the same time, Dr. J doesn't know what Josh has, and he kind of needs to be. He needs to be balanced in terms of like what he's going to bluff with. Like if he ever has some sort of combo draw, like let's say he's got 7-5 of diamonds or something here, right? Like this is a great spot to go for a bluff raise. And you don't want to raise so small that your opponent has to call. You want to fold. I like that. I like the size.
Yeah, I mean, if that was me, I just play smaller because because it's Josh. I don't play with him a lot,
Okay.
Yeah, but if someone if I play more with George, I get to know him, know how he bluff in his hand. I may adjust my sizing.
Yeah. Well,
but
yeah, he's also the kind of guy that doesn't like to fold. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you know that, I probably bet bigger also.
Yeah. Yeah, which there we can see he folded the top pair to the sort of medium size raise.
I don't know, but whenever
let's see. So we got an open to 65 from Caitlin. Queen Jack, and of course, like everybody at the table called. She's like, awesome. This is exactly what I wanted. She does have, sort of the best hand to improve.
Let's
Dr.
see.
J with the best hand
3 space.
And a set of 7s here for Dr. J. Top set.
Top set.
I'm mostly joking. Obviously, everyone thinks we're a little bit.
Yeah.
What the hell? I'm leading there. I have pair deuce. Okay.
Like I usually go with whatever my
Dr. J is thinking good, loving life.
And
He's just going to make the
Call.
call here.
If I've got a good
Yeah.
feeling
Doesn't
about
want the
something,
pot
I'm
to
just
sort
gonna,
of get out of control. Oftentimes you'll see players do this, and then if they get a sort of favorable turn card, which that is not one of, then you can
Yeah, see.
sort of start thinking about raising and getting more money in the pot. But as soon as this card comes off, you're checking.
If I didn't bet on the turn on me, I don't have a heart at that moment. Bluffing.
Yeah.
Flop the set.
Does just go check, check, turn, check, check, river, and Dr. J will get to take down the pot with the set of 7. Always annoying when you make a set and then the board just runs out like 4 to a straight or 4 to a
4
flush.
to a
or something. Like, what the
flush.
hell, man?
Yeah.
I don't do that over here. Get out of my life.
That's one of the worst.
All right, so you're still in the positive here, up 2.5K. Zack taking over the leaderboard top spot from Josh.
Yeah, it's not over yet. So let's see, J folded. 6 deuce, no good. So hammer, oh, mighty hammer, open is king, open 150. I got ace queen suited with 375. This can be trouble if the flop a king there.
Absolutely right.
But he might just call. Yeah.
Does. Mighty Hammer not going to take the road probably more traveled, which is to raise once again. But he's going to play this one out of position, but with a good, strong hand. And my goodness,
that's trouble for me.
That is indeed. You do have the gut shot to go along with the top pair, but
I'm betting for sure. But
small little bet here.
yeah.
Very connected board with a lot of opportunities, but the small bet and Mighty Hammer goes for the check call.
I
Okay.
was lucky he didn't raise me on the flop.
Wow, drill the gut shot on the turn. You now have the best hand by a mile, but with 3 hearts out there.
Yeah,
A little bit tricky to get more value.
it's kind of hard, but I still need to bet there.
Absolutely, I agree. Put all of your opponent's 2 pair holdings into a rough spot, especially anything with a heart.
I go half pot, he snap calls, which is good.
Ace on the
He
end,
has
so now
2 pair. Check, check?
you do check back the river though. A little bit
Oh,
worried about
the
getting
flush.
cooler by the flush or something.
Yeah, I mean, he called my, I bet half pot, he called my turn, but I should still bet there.
Yeah, because I mean, you pretty much hear from the flush before.
Yeah.
Now, if he has something like 8-7 of hearts, right, he's just going to be check calling, and you could value own yourself. But you know, certainly all of the big flushes you would have already heard about. So yeah, one of those spots where it's kind of tricky to go for value, but instead of just like snap checking, you know, give yourself a little bit of time to think about it. You might settle on, well, I could probably still get value here.
Yeah, that's also like, you know, I mean, I don't have to, you know, he also need to fear the flush also, you know, like when you have a flush on the board, you also can take control telling your component you have a flush there.
Yeah.
But I definitely missed the value on that hand.
Yeah, the flip side or the other thing to say about that is that if you bet, you reopen the pot if your opponent ever wanted to bluff you, and it would be really gross if you do bet small, hoping to get called by a 2-pair set or something, and then he just stuffs it on you, and you're like, ugh.
Yeah,
that would suck too. So that's an argument for just checking it and taking down the pot with your straight. So a couple of different ways to look at it.
Yeah. Now JWin raised to 800 with ace-5 suited, and I think I know he had ace-5.
Oh, well. You've got ace-10, so
yeah,
dominating position.
That's the problem when you play the ace-5 too often, you know, like your components just know you.
Oh, look at this flop for Jay, though. Damn. I mean, and whether he had ace-5 suited or something else. Ace ten of diamonds, you're in position. You've got a good strong hand. I mean, it's very reasonable to continue with that. Check, check, flop. Jay here. Let's see if he checks again.
No, he has to bet right now. Oh, he checks.
Yeah, I mean, he has a made hand with a ton of equity, and he can call any of your bets. But if he bets and gets raised, it's going to be like he's certainly going to call, but the pot starts to get bloated to a point where like his chances to improve have gone down dramatically now that we've gotten to the turn. And so, you know, with the pot getting too big, he wouldn't feel super comfortable. So I think this is pretty reasonable. Also, just giving you all the opportunities in the world to bluff, which you're taking at this point.
Yeah, I think Jay knows I will.
Oh, river 10. The 3-outer comes in.
Justice.
And
Justice for ace 10. Punish the ace 5. That's why we play poker sometimes, because we see justice. Oh, fuck, I check?
But you check. You check the river top pair. And take it down. A big bet there that looks bluffy just might have gotten called.
I think after I lose the big pot to Zack, I kind of like my play kind of got, you know, not the best condition on the night. Kind of getting scared a little.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah.
Sort of seeing the boogeymen in the closet under the bed, you know?
Yeah.
We've all been there. All been there. Oh, man. River the top pair. You're over there, justice, and then you check fast. Oh, no.
Dang.
Get there in the middle of the hook. Oh, you can see Jay there feeling the 3-outer on the river. Pain. Residual pain.
Well, I mean, he was the one played ace 5, squeezed me to 800, okay? You gotta pay for it. You keep playing that stuff.
Overplaying.
Yeah.
The ace rag, you know, as Mo the cat would say.
Yeah. Oh, Kaylin with king queen.
Here we go. Get yourself some chips.
Finally.
I mean, I don't think Zack is going anywhere. His hand may be a little bit too strong.
Oh, yeah.
Fold. But certainly going to get Dr. J out of there. And yeah, Zack going to play this one in position. Suited ace-jack, but not a lot of connection here. Ooh, Caitlin quickly checking this over. Zack, of course, does have all the sets. She cannot have any of them. So pretty reasonable board to not go repping some sort of overpair or whatever.
Goes check, and right now, if Caitlin has to bet here, otherwise he can't.
But if she bets now, she has to bet
on the river.
On
yes.
the river. So this is not a one and done if you start betting now.
Yeah, but also Zack is a smart person. You know, Zack can know Caitlin just doing here ready for the river. Caitlin can't have ace high, king high. But
ooh, he's gonna get away from this.
Not worth
it.
it.
Will take it down. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a spot where like you're certainly losing to like ace queen and ace king that might just be like betting for a little bit of protection there.
Yeah.
Sort of a merge. But at the same time, like he's in position, so he can call the 400 and see what happens on the turn. And if Caitlin just shuts it down, he's just going to win with the ace high.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit on the more passive side, but at the same time, you know, how often is ace jack going to be good, and what does he do if he faces a river bet? All of those are good questions.
So, Zack got ace jack again. Because JWin folds it for the round.
Finally.
Finally announced.
I didn't want to see a raise. My hand is not that good. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah, I realized I don't need to.
All right, time to play with Zack.
Oh yeah, let's mess him up with the 5 deuce here. You do flop a gutty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like finally heads off with Zack.
I'm talking with Zack again.
All right. Just about 1/3 size here. You've got a bad gut shot. Hit him with the check raise, maybe?
I don't think so. Just
no.
give it up. I give the tail already.
Hit him with the check raise.
Raise that one.
Oh, see? Caitlin agrees.
Yeah.
Raise that. Yeah, those bad gut shots make very good candidates because, like, if you're going to have the bottom sets, you know, the 3s and the 6s, whatever it was, you're going to go for a check raise on a king high board like that. But you're only going to have a few combos of the sets, so you want to pair those with some bluffs, and all of your bad gut shots in there are really good combos to use. Would have been spicy. Would have loved to see it, and we'll probably would have gotten it done.
But I saw my own eyes on the monitor. I know, like, I already. No, shit. I give it up.
We can go earlier if you guys want.
Yeah. I definitely made the queens is a big one mistake I played on that night, and also other few. But I think on that night I'm already kind of like tired, you know.
Kind of feeling like
yeah.
you're going through the ringer a little
yeah.
bit.
Kind of tired and ready for some dinner.
Yep. On Zack's side.
Yeah.
All right, Caitlin here going to open the cutoff, ace-4 off. Trying to get a little something going, a little momentum, and JWin will have none of it. 3 betting from the small blind. And Mighty Ham.
Ace queen off.
Yeah.
You're not folding on this one.
Ooh, shakes his head, does fold.
Wow!
This is a cutoff open small blind squeeze. Yeah, this is a pretty juicy spot to go for the cold 4. Would have absolutely netted himself all of the money in the pot there. And, yeah, I think ace queen. In a game like this, like now in a tighter game, like maybe a lower stakes game where you just don't see a lot of 3-betting, especially from the blinds, you know, you can kind of squint at that one a little sideways and be like, I guess I fold, because it's just like always a big hand. And ace queen doesn't perform that well against really big hands.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't play on this stake, you really play like lower stake, and you just get on. You definitely need some time to get to know the person and know how to play.
Yeah, but in a game like this,
I know people who bet on the Vikings
with pretty light holding. I think the ace queen pretty mandatory raise.
Yeah, 4-bet them, just like how I 5-bet with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jay here. The ace jack now.
King 5 suited. George, really? You really lean? Oh.
And he lose super fast.
5 suited, perhaps gonna play a little bit better.
Ah.
3-bet, but not a terrible hand.
Defense. That is defense.
That's why I didn't like this play.
Yeah, so spades and hearts represented now.
Beautiful for that.
Top 2 pair for Jay.
Top 2 and flush draw. Can be ugly here.
I have so far still like never win any
Zack and JWin. Josh will get out of the way here momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, 325 on this board. You just smooth call it.
TCH is the worst place. I still play this game.
So Jay is ahead right now, 64%.
Yeah, I play at 3 different places. TCH is the worst. I play 7 days a week. Some days the worst.
1500 in the pot.
So
I mean, here I would expect Jay to bet half pot here.
Yeah,
Check
I think
it.
with the 2 pair and so much that he doesn't block all of the pair plus flush draws. Yeah, I think the large sizing is better here.
Yeah, you want to see the flush? Pay for it.
Exactly. And if you have pair plus flush draw, right, like you're going to put the money in. Zack here actually betting.
But look at Zack. Zack has open ender also. It's open ender and the flush, not flush draw. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, we can see he's got 40% equity. And that's accounting for one of the queens and the 10 of hearts being removed. So he actually, in his mind is going to have a little bit better equity. Does make the call. Always has the implied odds as well. Where, if he hits his hand, he could perhaps get paid. And there we go.
Hey, there we go.
The
combo draw good for tonight.
Yeah.
Like I was kind of upswing when I was negotiating the offer, and I was talking like
Zack
Ming
needs
Poker.
to think.
before I hit the fucking downswing.
He know Jay has an ace for sure, but he probably already know Jay has a 2 pair right now based on what's the max value you can get. It's a very well hidden straight.
So he's gonna block.
Snap call.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay does snap it off, and
Could go larger here.
yeah, I mean, I like the small bet here.
Maybe trying to get raised.
No, I think. Well, I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
I think the small bet there is very much meant to get just that little bit of extra value, because if he ever checks, Jay is going to snap check back, even his 2 pairs, right? Like, put pocket aces in JWin's hand and be like, all right, this dude just check called you down, and this is the run out. How do you feel about betting your top set for value? Like, Jay's probably going to squint at it for a little while and be like, all right, I probably have to go for value, but this feels kind of gross. And maybe he still doesn't. Maybe he checks back even top set, right? So, like, if he's going to check all of his other hands, Zack has to be the one that bets. So, get that extra 900.
Yeah, that was also one.
Like not running
Like it was like
been playing for a while.
1 to a straight, so the board.
But yeah.
7, 8.
Well, a
Jack,
9 was a straight at that point.
Yeah.
Yes, but he had to have exactly a 9.
Yeah.
To make the straight, and otherwise it had to be king queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw.
So it's Jack for Eric and Joe pocket deuce.
Whatever he got kings, someone got pocket queens, and whatever.
That's flop for ace Jack there.
Oh, easy.
Eric's like putting the chips like just pay me 150.
Yeah, but doesn't actually have a made hand at the moment. Josh does continue, and Eric going for the size up here, and this is sort of just picture perfect. Bet small on the flop, bet big on the turn, and you'll do this with value. You'll do this with bluffs, and Josh here with just a pair of 2s. I mean, he has the best hand, but how do you possibly continue?
Yeah, this should be do the business now. And there's a flush draw on the board. There's a flush on the board.
Yeah. I mean, you have to put Eric on exactly this type of hand, like ace king with the ace of spades or ace jack with the ace of spades. And there's just a couple of those combos and a whole ton of value.
Yeah, Eric has a backdoor space draw, backdoor flush, and any ace or any jack, and also a gutter. That's a lot of stuff.
The Mighty Ducks, hey, I'm most likely to have a dude.
All right, just about 15 minutes left in the show. We're on hand number 90. It's going to come down to the wire as to whether we get to 100, but I still don't know that we do.
I think we can get. It's hard.
I know, 15 minutes, 2 minutes a hand. That's like another 8 hands. We need some quick raise and take hits or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I forgot, but.
Well, you did officially take the over. We didn't have any. We didn't have anything on the bet, but you did. You took the over, and I'm feeling the under. So we'll see. Raise to 75, and you and Zack are going to make the call.
Jack 9 off. I like Jack 9. So 5-6 bottom pair checks around ace 10.
You run good. You have top. You have settle. You have quad 5.
Why not just some more run good here for Mr. Zack?
Oh, I was telling Zack you have quad 5 now. Yeah, because Zack had quad jacks today, on that day.
You have a backdoor flush draw. I can bluff you off, but I don't want to.
He showed the 5. He should show the 5.
No, he has backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, he got a 5.
No,
I was right. He really have a 5.
He said he got a best hand. He got a pair of 5, and then they have 5.
Yeah.
The fuck.
Zack up 11.
Go back to China. Your read's getting off.
Right? It was exactly what happened. He said, "Oh, I got a best hand now." I knew he got a 5, and the pure turn was a 5.
Guy who took the lead of us pretty early on after
Actually
getting
laid down
for
2 dimes.
10K as well.
I don't want to see it.
Big swings here.
No, sometimes you should like.
I think we should be get close to the hand against
I mean,
JWin.
sometimes you know your component like might be running hard or whatever, but you still need to make them
So 10 deals for Eric.
play the best user.
It's a different. JWin have got pick up with ace king. Raise to 125. Josh with 10-9 off comes along.
He's gonna
Very
flat him on the
cool.
button. All right.
Yeah. Ace King doesn't. Let's see. Okay.
The best hand so far for me.
Queen high board's not gonna favor JWin in this orientation. Yeah, he checks it over. Josh will quickly check, and now he's up and down, flopping the gutter.
Yeah.
T1009.
I think JWin checks
More
again
better
here.
me like with poker aces. I call with 6-8.
200 half pot. Very reasonable.
7-9.
You're not folding on 200. Snap call.
No.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey, but there's plenty of things that can start betting now that are behind the ace high. Jay doesn't have a club.
Raise it up.
Wow, this is a different take on the play.
Open ender. Does Josh believe it?
Josh does not like to fold, and it's 800 into a pot that's going to go up to 2,400. So he only needs to get there about a third of the time, just to make the chips he puts in worth it. And he's going to get there, somewhere around, we see 33% of the time. So he's getting just about exactly the right chip odds, like chip EV odds, and then if he makes his hand and gets paid, there's all of that additional value. So he makes the call, which I think is correct, and makes a pair.
Not too bad on the call. Okay, just check.
Yeah, Jay is he's like done with it. If you can call here, I'm sure I lose. And sure enough, pair nine. Yeah, I mean, JWin getting maybe a little bit creative there can certainly get some better hands to fold, and perhaps even get some value from a draw that bricks out and then just like gives up on the end. But just really hard to play that out of position like that. So
Yeah, and it was a huge raise, like by 200 raise like 5 times to 1K.
I like the raise size if he's going to
Yeah,
go
I mean,
for
the-
it, because it needs to be big and chunky.
Yeah, I mean, the raise size is good. I mean, from Jay's point, like you called my raise there with 1K.
As much poker as I play, that's like the most I can. I can't afford like.
Yeah, Josh,
Yeah.
just a sticky man. Does not
Yeah.
like to fold, and especially when he's got a shot at the nuts. You're not going to get him out of there easily.
So Jay should be no defense.
Yeah, you're going to defend a lot of suited hands, but the really super disconnected ones.
Decent diamonds.
Those ones, it's just so hard to make a hand that can withstand the pressure of your opponent's bets. You're going to be out of position the whole time. Like, no, it's fine to just let some of that stuff go. In fact, a lot of times, maybe not against what was effectively an early to mid position open. Against a late position open, you can even take some of that crap, and maybe not exactly 10-4, but you can mix that into a 3-bet.
Yeah.
You do have some playability with the suitedness, but it's just kind of bad, and so
Yeah, so now Botro suited low cards.
Maybe I got booty too.
It's like the modern day equivalent.
I can't believe
Dr. J has a hard going for it. That should shut it down.
yeah, unless somebody in the blinds or straddles wakes up with something, which they do not.
I promise he's not on the line.
Dip out back there to Josh with the 7-5 of hearts. Will he peel off the flop?
I think I give that.
He'll let it go.
Yeah.
Get folded.
How do you know?
Rack up the chips.
Love to see it.
Dr. J said, one for the road.
Yeah, so Dr. J is about even
Got a little
so
bit left. We
far.
could just get it out now.
Big winner tonight still the Zack.
Wow. I have
J already down 7K? Almost 8K on J.
no space.
For me, I never
all the suits were available then.
Yeah.
They told me I probably have a 6. I only carry you.
We're all representative.
Alright, good play.
See you, man. Thanks for coming.
That was
All right, hand 94 here. 7 minutes left. It is going to be close.
Oh, yeah.
Caitlin coming in for a raise on the button. Plenty of diamonds, and JWin will be playing this hand, that's for sure. Probably as a squeeze. There it is, 4x out of position. And Caitlin has just got to be sort of grumbling inside, like, come on, man, let me see a flop or win a hand.
It's so bad when Caitlin's position is like on the side to Eric and another one is JWin.
Yeah, they're just attacking her.
Yeah, just can't see the flop.
Yeah. And she's already having to open hands like 10 highs because she hasn't seen anything else. Like, I don't think she's seen one premium here tonight. Maybe she got
even worry less some ace jack. You know, even some ace jack.
Not even
Worry, yeah. Caitlin didn't get much.
But no, I was really, we were kind of talking like what, since what happens this year, So I go through like it literally.
6-9 offsuit.
So I call her.
Not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
I'm catching the fish today. So 300 in 1 hour or 1700. Let's say like, fuck, go kiss, go stack my fish.
1-2 is really dangerous.
Oh, 100.
8-9
I failed multiple times.
I thought you said 500.
So hard.
Yeah, just
and it
so
looks
funny,
like,
when you see yourself, play the 1-2 and 2-5, like
yeah,
when you double up or triple up, oh shit, like good, Then turns out
on the
all
king
my
nine
results.
flop.
9 high versus 8
It's
high.
always like, okay, like 300 buy-in or whatever, I'm up, and then
Zack going now.
the best is even.
You are probably the only player.
Josh gonna call with the best hand, 9 high, and a dream. Needs to find a 10. Is not all. Zack improves to a pair of 7.
I mean,
Oh man, I had you beat the whole way.
Oh, look at Zack. You beat all the whole way.
Yeah, got there. The run good of Zack continues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't play.
I won't count my money to run good to Zack. Yeah, I will just give him some my stupid money. I paid for my stupidity.
Well, one way or another, Zack
You win sometimes, you lose
has
sometimes.
been very fortunate this evening.
Yeah, massive 10K up.
October, I literally lose all 1-3.
On a good show as well. All right, 5 minutes left, hand 96.
All right, let's go quick.
Very much so.
It's all about my
All right, Caitlin first act. She's raising. She's got something.
Finally.
Pocket
They're
5.
fives.
Still reaching down a little ways too. It's like you hate to raise early position into a big straddle.
Mighty hammer.
8 hours.
They're not folding.
I was
Yeah.
on like 10. Yeah, it's variance. I was on like 9,500.
Got a suited king. Why not?
But October,
Yeah,
I
that's
won
1-3.
all the sessions.
Yeah, that's a good 1-3 win. It's a huge 1-3 win.
Yeah.
Block 1 diamond.
Max buy-in.
Let's see a flush draw. Maybe with a set.
Nothing for nobody.
Yeah,
So the pair of
it's
6
definitely
still out.
just variance. Like 1, 2.
Caitlin not going to take a stab at this.
Okay, check. Then I think I can steal this pot.
I didn't play enough hours.
Yeah. Nobody's showing any interest. The 3 really not going to interact with anybody. But yeah, with an opportunity to rep the queen there for sure, you definitely had sort of the best position to start betting there to take it
Checks
down.
are
But
wrong.
1-2 is hard because you get a
got a
mindset
lot of
playing with people of this
Yeah,
caliber.
if I didn't
you're
steal on
like
the
thinking
turn,
one
I
thing,
check
and then
on
you
the-
go down to a 1-2 table,
King high.
and it's
So
like
we will
oh,
get
God,
to
he just went
showdown
all in there.
pair of 6
And a lot of all-ins
will be
too.
best.
Like, it's a lot of all-ins.
And the mighty hammer.
Yeah.
Be strong. Yeah, I know. It's like all in on every other hand.
Drag it into a stack.
You have to win some like
I still not here yet. The one I played with JWin. We played a kind of big one also, very interesting one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it possible it happened after the stream or?
No, it's on the stream, I think.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
Yeah.
there was that one that you guys played where you hit the 10 on the river, the ace 10 versus the ace 5, but
Yeah,
pretty sure it's another one?
not that one.
Okay.
Oh, if I hit the quads
Well,
bonus,
maybe we'll
Right?
get it here in the
Yeah.
next hand or two because we've got just 3 minutes.
Yeah, hope we can see that one.
Outside the bonus. Or all of it.
Caitlin has had enough of raising mediocre hands up front and getting raised, so she folds the king 3 suited. And Eric, sure enough, would have raised her immediately with the 2 red jacks.
Okay,
2
jacks.
million, 2 million, good.
The mightiest of hammers will make the
Suited
call.
ace. Offsuit needs 5 for George.
25 strike.
Just call? Just calls.
If I hit a Powerball, I think my mom will upgrade for me to long-term stay in America. See, America, money.
All right, some speculative hands to go along with the pocket jacks of Eric. Flush draw. And a top pair for Zack.
Not flush draw.
Nobody.
Top pair and pocket jacks. This pot can be big.
Yeah. So Mighty Hammer here, just going to call. And back over to Zack. Let's see how he responds here with the top pair. Yeah, he's already let this go. He's like, whatever's going on here is no good for a pair of 8s.
Ace.
Oh, Mighty Hammer taking a hammer lock on this hand. Eric will recognize the peril of the ace on the turn and check it over.
Depends on the size. Eric should be fine an easy fold here.
Yeah, you can still think about continuing because your opponent can have some heart combinations that will sort of just have a natural bet here because it's like, oh, you checked me and it's an ace, like maybe I just win with my 9 high or whatever. But at the same time, Eric has the jack of hearts, which
That's kind of trouble.
take away a bunch of those combos. Jack 9, Jack 10, Queen Jack.
I mean, holding the jack of hearts making like it's more kind of like your component unlikely have a flush draw because you have 1 heart there. But that's a problem like when you have pocket jacks or pocket queens. You can't always fold when the board there's ace. You sometimes you have to tell your component like you have better ace, and sometimes you're good, but that's why it's kind of hard to play pocket jacks or pocket queens.
Eric does decide to go for the check call here after much deliberation. And a natural check now here on the river, I would imagine. Let's see if Mighty Hammer goes for a bet, playing the 8 kicker on board, or if he decides to just take his showdown and try to win the 1200 that's in there. I do think, though, that after Eric thinks and deliberates for that amount of time, that he could get maybe a little bit of value, but he goes for the check.
He checks. If Eric go massive bet on the river, it might can make him fold with a better ace, but
I had a worse pick.
But
it didn't play.
but again, like Eric doesn't know this guy, you know, like this guy doesn't play on this stake a lot. We don't know him, so you really just don't. You really play a component if this person doesn't bluff that much.
Yeah. Well, and the flip side of that too, the other way of thinking about it is that, at least from a GTO standpoint, what you typically are going to do is that you'll construct a bluffing range from your worst possible hand combinations, or the ones that interact with the board and the sort of the texture the most. And your middling strength hands that are sort of more like your bluff catchers, the pocket jacks would certainly be one of those.
Yeah.
You're just going to try to get to showdown and maybe like check and call if your opponent bets, because it's like, this hand has some value. Like, it's a good hand, but like, do I really want to turn it into a bluff? If I turn jacks into a bluff, what am I doing with all of the worse hands that I have?
Yeah.
Bluffing them too? Then you start to over bluff, right?
Yeah.
All right, this is going to be the last hand of the broadcast, hand number 98. So we
98.
did not quite make it to the 100 hand mark, but we got darn close. The 100
very
hand
close.
that was a good line to set.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what happens here. Who will drag the last pot of the evening?
Bloody pot, 75.
We've got a bet there. Looks like you may have fired out this bet.
Well, I can't figure what do I have.
Oh no, you've checked. It was maybe Josh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where are these chips coming from? It's unclear to me.
I have a bottom.
Last hand. Let's see if I can see.
Okay,
I was
you
betting.
did make
Yeah.
that. Yeah, you
I have a bottom set. I have a set there with deuce.
Okay.
And
a flush draw on the bottom board.
yes.
A 10 high flush draw. Not the most inspiring, but
Yeah.
of the hands remaining, it is the only diamond flush draw down there. So.
Yeah. It's a nice high ace. It's okay. To see another card.
Up and down straight draw for Josh now on top, but he really is working with fuck all. Why is he even in this hand? I don't understand.
Oh.
Checks through, free river card.
I was good here.
Yeah, you're scooping this.
Yeah, I hit a flush on the button and I have a set of deuce here.
Yeah. 3 deuces and a 10 high flush.
875.
Checks to you. Yeah, you blast it for the full pot here. Okay.
Yeah.
And Eric with just top pair on the top board and two pair. He's got Jack 9.
Jack 9.
On bottom. Yeah, that
But you know, like, it's a bluff. Whatever. That's on that board. There is nothing.
Eric wants to believe there's a way he could get something out of this pot, but he will not, and he'll let it go.
Let's see if Hammer can pay this off.
Mighty Hammer does have a straight, so he has the king high straight on bottom. But yeah, with nothing on top, he lets it go.
On both, but I had straight draws on both.
The last hand of the night.
Yeah.
I call. I chop it.
Oh yeah.
I have an ace.
Right.
Not too bad.
Indeed. Well, I very much appreciate you coming in, man. This was a hell of a good time. I had a fantastic time. As wow, we've gone straight over to this screen, but we'll finish things out here. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on in and hanging out, man.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice time.
And yeah, I'll have to get your number. We'll have to set up another time if you'd like to join me for another stream. We can watch it live in the flesh while they're out there playing.
Have some fun.
Take off.
Play some poker.
Cool. Alrighty. For myself, Aaron McAvoy, for Ming, for the staff here at TCH Austin, we want to thank you guys for tuning in, for joining us, and we hope you'll tune in and join us on our next live stream, which will be the final table of the tournament up in Dallas. And we'll be back here on the air in Austin next week on Monday as well for some 2-5 action as well. Also, just a reminder that there's a big 100K tournament coming up here in just a couple of weeks. So check out the Texas Card House website and get in on all the information for that. All right, we'll see you next time. Thanks for tuning in. Good night.